Excuse me, everyone. This is Lee Heisman. Can I ask a question?
Sure, Lee, what's your question?
Not-
Just know that we're recording and we're live.
That is okay. I just wanted to apologize in advance. I am actually in downtown Woodstock waiting for my 7-year-old at a dance class at 7:30. So if I have a 7-year-old at 7:30 that jumps into the backseat of the vehicle with me, I will tell her to be quiet, but I wanted to apologize in advance after having a 3-hour dance session in downtown Woodstock. So I just wanted to apologize in advance in case something is potentially disruptive.
Gotcha. Thanks for the heads up.
Yes.
Thanks, Lee. Everybody, we'll get started here in just a couple of minutes. We're just kind of settling in, doing a little housekeeping that kind of goes along with being in a virtual setting. So I appreciate your patience.
Back.
You ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the appointed hour. So I would like to welcome everybody to the August 6th meeting of your Woodstock Planning Commission. For the record, all members of the Planning Commission are present with the exception of Mr. Hacker, who will be joining us later. He was going to have to recuse from the first 2 items tonight. And then Mr. Newman will not be joining us this evening, but all other members are present. So we do have a quorum and can conduct our business. For those of you unfamiliar with planning commissions, planning commission is a recommending body. The items that come before us are passed on to the city council with our recommendation, and city council has the final say on all matters coming before the planning commission. So for those of you following a particular case, please make sure that you do follow that through until the city council hearing so that you know the final outcome and have opportunity to participate throughout the public hearing process. The way things will proceed this evening, a case will be called, staff will make a presentation which will be followed by questions and answers from members of the Planning Commission, and then we'll move to the applicant in the case or the applicant's representative, go through that same process. They'll make a presentation followed by Q&A with the Planning Commission, and then we'll open the public hearing for the case. When we open the public hearing, we will call a speaker. The speaker will, if they are present in the building, they will come forward to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and make their comments. If the speaker is online, and we do have several who have signed up to speak this evening online, I will call the speakers in the order that we have them. The speaker will, at that point, unmute their microphone, and they will be allowed to speak. As you speak, please direct all of your comments to myself and my fellow commissioners. Please do not attempt to address the applicant or other members of tonight's audience. Once you've completed your comments, you'll mute your microphone. We'll move on to the next speaker. And again, remember, when you're called, the first thing you're going to say when you open your mic or come to the podium is your name and your address for the record. One other note of housekeeping with respect to making public comment. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. I know that may not seem like much time, but you would be surprised at how much you can get into a 3-minute comment segment. So let's see. Okay, I'm getting a text from members of staff with some direction for some of the order of tonight's business. Once we close the public hearing, we will come back to the Planning Commission, or actually we'll come back to the applicant. The applicant will have a moment for rebuttal to address any comments or questions that were raised during the public hearing portion, and then we will move on to another round of Q&A with members of the Planning Commission, and then ultimately we will move to motions, debate, and vote on each item. We'll then dispose of that item, move to the next item on the agenda, and so on throughout the evening. We will try to maintain the same type of decorum as much as possible and try to provide you with the same basic experience that you would have if we were all together here in the chambers as best we can in a virtual setting. We had really hoped that by now we would all be in a room together. COVID has other ideas, but thank you for your patience tonight as we work through this process. And with that, we will go to the first item on tonight's agenda, which is the approval of the minutes from the June 4th meeting. Planning commissioners, you've had time to look through those. Do I have a motion on the minutes?
That's Brandon Williams.
Motion to approve. Oh,
Okay, I think Brandon got you on the motion. I think he beat you there. Do I have a second on Brandon's motion to approve?
second.
All right, second from Deborah. Commissioners?
I abstain.
Oh,
For the
Mr.
last
Hacker
meeting.
joined us, okay.
And I abstain because I was not present.
Okay, Renee and Mr. Hacker are abstaining on that.
And I abstain. I wasn't at the last meeting either.
Mr. Chumley abstains. Okay, so we don't have enough people who would actually be voting to deal with this particular item, so we are going to remove that from the agenda. And we will put that on the next meeting agenda to be dealt with at that time.
James, the
Renee?
minutes that were in our packet were from June.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm clarifying. They were not July.
Okay,
did
then
I say
I
July?
can vote. That's
Okay,
right.
Mr. Hacker can vote. There we go. Renee, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we still have the motion and the second. So Mr. Hacker, yes or no to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, Brandon, yes or no?
Yes.
Deborah, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and chair votes yes. So those minutes are approved. And we will now move to the first item under petitions and communication. That's A105-20 Dobbs AMR annexation. Katie.
Good evening, Planning Commission.
Good
How are you
evening.
guys?
Doing well. The floor is yours.
Excuse me, this is David. I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Hacker.
Very good. So can I see the presentation, please? There we go. Here's our cover sheet. All right. So is everybody ready? You seem
Yes,
like you
ma'am.
are. Very good. Thank you. Okay, so this is in Ward 3. It is an annexation case. The applicant is LDS Partners. Go on ahead and go to the next slide, please. Location is on Dobbs Road in Arnold Mill. You can see here, you are probably all familiar with the Woodstock Woodworks commercial buildings on the corner of Dobbs and Arnold Mill. So this is right behind that property. It does not, the annexation property, subject property does not include those commercial buildings on the corner, but it does include the property behind that. So it's currently zoned light industrial in unincorporated Cherokee County. The applicant has proposed it for annexation and rezoning to DTRO, annexing into the downtown district. Let's see, the request includes a conditional use permit for townhomes and a few variance requests. And the proposal is for 47 attached and detached units and a 6,300 square foot commercial building. Next slide, please. So here you can see the site plan. This is the proposal. The proposal is for a mix of townhomes and detached, as you can see here. It's got 19 detached homes and 28 townhomes on this plan that you see proposed, which is a revision to the original plan. And then you can see there a 6,300 square foot commercial building on Arnold Mill, and they've got it labeled as retail for the parking counts. And the proposal, as I said, includes various variance requests related to layout and to the stream buffers. You can see here on the property, there are several, lots of stream buffers. This property also has a future trail location, and it's adjacent to the Army Corps of Engineer properties. Next slide, please. So on the annexation, we have an annexation policy. And I'm sure you've all seen in the agenda packet that Cherokee County submitted their response to the annexation request, as they usually do. They raised an annexation issue that's been addressed by our city attorney, and they also raised an issue with the front setback for the commercial building on Arnold Mill. But the engineering department and public works department at Woodstock have looked at that, and in preparation for our plans for a roundabout in the at that intersection in the future, they are comfortable with what's being proposed for the setback. So more about the annexation policy. You can see here, our policy is pretty sweeping about annexation. There are a couple of points that I've pointed out here with my little arrows in the middle of the screen, and then some staff comments on the right. So one primary reason for annexation of this property is because we already offer city services to this property. So Public Works Services Dobbs Road, fire and police are probably the first into this property. And it would probably be developed in the county as residential also. And if it did, then new occupants to that property would likely take advantage of downtown, the amphitheater, parks and rec offerings. So that's one good reason to annex when you're kind of in a pocket like this of unincorporated, surrounded by city limits. It would also contribute to aligning the boundary and could provide long-term growth opportunities further down Arnold Mill through the expansion of sewer services that could be offered with this project. And again, it's a mixed-use proposal. It includes a commercial proposal, which does align with our economic development objectives in the area and in the downtown district. As you know, residential is not allowed to front directly on Arnold Mill Road. So this proposal goes with that requirement. Next slide, please. So for the zoning, the request is for DTRO, but staff didn't think that this was an appropriate zoning because there's not really DTRO nearby this far from the CBD. So you can see on the zoning map here, the central business district is right in the middle of the city. And then at the four corners, I know we've talked about this before with the Planning Commission, the DTRO is kind of at the north, south, east, west, right out as you leave the CBD on our main arterials. And this project, you can see the subject property is a little further away than that. So staff, when talking about what the zoning should be, if we wanted to approve this proposal, we thought that the commercial area would be best zoned DTGC, like the GC that you can see surrounding it there. And for the residential, it could, DTLR would be appropriate for the density and the lot standards that are being proposed, but LR does not allow attached units, even by conditional use permit. So if we wanted to allow townhomes on this property, then the proper zoning would be DTMRA, which actually allows 9 units per acre, but they're only asking for 4 units per acre here. Next slide, please. All right, so for the comprehensive plan and future land use, this is the Cherokee County future land use plan that you can see here. They have got this property labeled suburban living and neighborhood village. The proposal is generally in compliance with that. The suburban living character area says it should be suggested up to 3 units per acre, and this proposal is 4 units per acre. But you can see in the neighborhood village overlay there, which covers about half of the subject property, it says that the density should be underlying +1, which would be 4 units per acre, which is what's being proposed here. Next slide, please. So this is the city's land use plan, and you can see in the upper right-hand corner here, we have a conversion chart in our comp plan that we use for, annexation properties. And so this most closely aligns with suburban living in our comp plan also. And it's, it can be debated how in line with suburban living is, but, when you look at this, screenshot that I have here from our plan, it talks about traditional neighborhood development, conservation subdivisions, but then it also talks about neighborhood streets, greenways, parks, greens, and high pedestrian orientation, which I would say is definitely offered by this location. Next slide, please. So they're asking for a conditional use permit for 28 townhomes. We have criteria that has been set up by the mayor and council, or been adopted by the mayor and council for conditional use permits for townhomes. There are several different ideas that we should be considering here: the appropriateness of the location and site. Could the property have a higher and better use? Especially when we first put in the conditional use permit requirement for townhomes, we were having a lot of residential properties, or a lot of commercial properties being converted to residential, and that was not really part of the council's vision for how downtown should develop. And so, we wanted to put this criteria in here to make sure that, especially not for townhomes, we're going to, transfer commercial property to residential. This is zoned commercial in the county, it's zone LI, but the proposal here is a mixed use proposal. And when you think about the development in the downtown area, mixed use and slightly higher density residential really are what we're looking for in the downtown district. The proposal does include a mix of housing types and price points. There still is a commercial component here. I wouldn't say this is a particularly an innovative or unique design, but it is a severely constrained property with a lot of stream buffers, and it's an infill development. So there's only really, so much you can do with a property this size. And the property does have a trail requirement on it. The applicant has proposed not building the trail here after a conversation with one of our staff members about how we weren't sure when it would connect. But when staff talked about this as a group with the DPC, we voted to recommend requiring that they build the section of trail that's required here. So it would have it going from their entrance on Arnold Mill in front of the commercial parking lot and commercial building, and then following the stream buffer north up to meet with the Corps of Engineers property. So we have recommended that they build the trail, and staff has recommended approval of the conditional use permit for townhomes. The other conversation we had was, are townhomes really appropriate for this area? We're getting a little bit further from the city center. Downtown in Woodstock, the urban core is the appropriate place for density. When we think about, wanting to conserve properties that are a little further from the city center, the building and the density has to go somewhere. And so the, closer into the city center is a little more appropriate for density than further on the outskirts. And so, staff supports the townhomes in this area to give a little bit more density to the project, but does not support them being situated directly on Dobbs Road. And so that's one of the other things that we've conditioned for the townhomes, that if a conditional use permit is to be granted, that we would recommend that only detached single family homes be fronting on Dobbs Road, because the rest of Dobbs Road, as you know, is Dobbs Estate is more of an older neighborhood and larger lot sizes and deeper setbacks and things. And so we think, the staff thought that it would be a little too much of a change in character to have townhomes right there on Dobbs Road, but if they were hidden toward the back of the development, that it could be acceptable in this location. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're on to the variances. There are several variances in this case, and I'll try to go through them quickly. This slide is to show you how much of the property is covered by stream buffers. It's quite significant. And so the first variance they've asked for is actually not related to the stream buffers. It is for the mix of housing types. But, the 4 housing types are required on a 10 to 15 acre property. So this property is a little over 11 acres, but I wanted to show you how much of it is covered by stream buffers, which is a good reason to not require so many house types, because the actual buildable area is so much smaller than the 11 acres that would put them in this range of having to provide 4 housing types. So they provided 3 that are on our list. Triplex is one of the things on our list to try to give more options. Staff supports allowing, the housing types that they've shown here. Next slide, please. Variance number 2 is variances 2 and 3 are both stream buffer variances. And I know there's a lot over here on the right, but it is pretty much telling you all the places that they are asking for relief from the stream buffers and the impervious setback, either for grading or for actual encroachment. For the 75-foot impervious setback, they are requesting encroachment with impervious area, including the pump station, parking, alleys for the lots facing Dobbs Road, and some of the residential structures. You can see over here on the left, this is a different version of the site plan that shows detached fronting on Dobbs Road, but it shows that it still would take out 4 of those structures. So staff has recommended approval of encroachment to the impervious setback for the pump station, parking, and alleys, as long as pervious paving is used in the parking and the alleys. But staff does not recommend approval of any permanent residential structures being in the stream buffer or in the impervious setback. And that actually is consistent with what we had recommended before. So you guys might remember the Mason, Maine case. We had a lot of stream buffer requests in that case. And we did give variances for encroachment and grading, and also to put some uncovered patios in the stream buffer, but we did not give variances for any full structures to be located there. And so that we're staying consistent with that recommendation here. For the 50-foot stream buffer, they propose encroachment for grading in the shaded areas shown on the site plan, and approval is recommended of that for grading, but not for structures by the staff. Next slide, please. Oh, and also I think I forgot to mention, we've recommended the pervious paving for the parking lot to allow this encroachment, but only for the top row of parking spaces where those 10 spaces are, and not the 12 spaces, just so that you know that. So variance number 4 has to do with screening. So in downtown, you're not allowed to have a parking lot right on a frontage like this. But if you do, you have to have a certain screening design. And so they asked for a variance to not provide the screening because of a constraint with space. As you can see, the parking lot butts right up against the sidewalk here, but staff is actually recommending granting a variance to allow rearranging of the streetscape. And then so that would switch the sidewalk and the landscape strip. And it's not really ideal to have the sidewalk right there on the right against the curb like that, because they're so close to traffic. But in this location, you can see the whole parking lot is covered by a turn lane. So that would put, slower turning traffic right against that sidewalk. So that's what we've recommended, to switch those 2 areas. And then you still have the 7-foot screening and landscape zone, which would have street trees, lights like you would have in the landscape zone. And then also a 30 to 40 inch tall decorative wall or fence. So that is what we've recommended there. Next slide, please. Variance number 5 is to allow lots to front on Muse open spaces. This is an image, a really bad overhead image of the parks that houses front on in Oakhurst. I think they're really beautiful, but the applicant has told me that these are kind of like the absolute highest level of landscaping that you might expect in a situation like this, and that this was very, very expensive. And so I don't think we're expecting something quite to this level for this project, but in order to allow this variance to have houses front on a Muse instead of on a street, we would like to have final approval of the landscape plan for this area. So I think the applicant said that they are working on that with their landscape designer, and they're going to get back to us with the final design. Next slide, please. We're like most of the way through it, you guys. I know this is a really long presentation. I'm sorry. All right, so variances number 6 and 7. 6 requires on-street parking on both sides of all streets. We recommend a variance to allow no on-street parking on Arnold Mill or Dobbs Road for pretty obvious reasons. And then we'd like to grant them the ability to have parking on only one side of their new interior street that they're building, as they have it shown here. So because they're not doing the SAP option where they put the parking in line with the trees, they don't have a bump out in the way of their spaces like every 2 spaces. And so you can see on one side of the street, they have spaces the whole way down. So it's actually providing a lot of good parking. So we feel the proposed designs are appropriate for the area. The next variance they've asked for is to allow the stream buffer to count as open space without installing the trail. If you install the trail in a stream buffer, the code says the whole stream buffer can count as open space. Without that, as you can see, they do have a lot of open spaces on this plan, but without being able to count that stream buffer, they don't quite meet 20%. But as I told you before, staff is, our trail discussion was that the trail needs to actually go in now. That was the way the staff voted. And so that would make this variance not necessary if they did install the trail section. But it should be noted that this trail section shown on the plan does cross a stream. So and of course you all know the trail crossings are pretty expensive. So you may want to amend the condition in some way to have it stop short of the bridge or short of the stream or something like that, or maybe not. I just wanted to point that out, that could end up being expensive. But, staff's discussion was, there's a significant trail piece here going south on Arnold Mill. We know that it's going to connect to the Rubes Creek section. And then going north, it could eventually connect into Haney Walk and then further north to the county park up there. So we thought it was a pretty important trail connection. Next slide, please. So we recommended denial of that open space variance. 8 is a variance request to the 100% street facade frontage requirement. So that's required in DTRO, and it means that the building face has to cover like the whole entire parcel except for the driveway, the ingress and egress. And that's really more of like an urban character kind of requirement. And another clue that DTRO isn't really appropriate for this area. So with DTGC, the requirement is 60% street facade frontage, but when you look at the whole front of their parcel here that I have outlined in red, they're really only meeting around 30% because of the way, it's a really shallow parcel and they've got these stream buffers all over the place. So staff has recommended approval of that variance. Number 9, we have a code that says on residential buildings, if rear decks or porches are visible, then they have to be covered and designed with materials to match the facade or the trim of the building. And the reason for this is that we were having a lot of those like plain pine rear decks being built on the back of houses and townhomes. And in some places they were really visible from open spaces and it just wasn't a very good look. So trying to control the architecture a little here, but they've asked for a variance to that. Staff inadvertently did not vote on this variance request. So unfortunately I don't have a recommendation for you, but I can say that the applicant has told me about the design they have for some of their buildings might be similar to some others they have in the city. And they told me that their rear decks and balconies are going to be inset into the building. And so if that's the case, they don't need this variance because it's already a covered porch and it's already made with materials to match the building. So you can ask the applicant when they present, they might be able to tell you whether or not they need that one. Next slide, please. All right, so we had a lot of public input on this case, as I'm sure you are aware if you have looked at the agenda packet. I just want to point out some of the concerns from the neighbors, and I want everybody to know that when we receive public input for a case, the staff, we take it very, very seriously, and so does the Planning Commission, and so does the council. And so when any citizens make any comments about a case, we look into them. And so I've analyzed some of these issues and I just want to present the issues and a short analysis for you. They're concerned about traffic. They think the roads are too narrow and congested to allow new development. According to I talked about the city engineer or about this with the city engineer. According to her, and she's also on the call if you have any questions for her during the Q&A session, but according to her, she said that so much of the traffic on Arnold Mill is commuter traffic, and this is only 47 lots, and so she does not see a huge impact from this number of homes, and it's situated on the corner of an arterial and another pretty busy road in Woodstock. Another concern that I heard a lot is that the development is high density. 4 units per acre is about mid-density for Woodstock, I would say, probably. In downtown, at the very core of our downtown, like with the condo building, we've got up to 20 to 30 units per acre there. The allowable base in CBD is 12 units per acre. Some of the, let me see, but the surrounding neighborhoods are in lower density, definitely. So Haney Walk, Woodstock, Nolan, Dobbs Estates all have no more than 2 units per acre. Other developments along Arnold Mill do have higher density, like Woodstock City Homes. So because of that, you know, when we think about density and intensity, you want to step down from the lower density to the commercial, right? So, or step up in density and intensity as you get to the commercial. And so with the commercial being located there on Arnold Mill the way it is, staff thought that this 4 units per acre was a reasonable step down in density between the intense commercial and the 2 units per acre of the surrounding neighborhoods. They have environmental concerns about wildlife and habitat destruction, and that is a concern for me too. Pretty much any development that happens here, it is difficult to see undeveloped land be cleared and changed. But for this property, the property is directly adjacent to the Army Corps of Engineers, what's it called? You know, wildlife refuge or protected area. So, you know, while habitats may be destroyed with clearing of this property, like any property when it gets developed, at least here they actually do have a, you know, the wildlife has a place to escape to. And that can't really be said for every property that gets developed in downtown Woodstock. So it, you know, it's a concern with any development though. They're very concerned over the lack of zoning buffers and potential drainage issues, especially the buffers. But as you all know, we've talked about before that buffers are not required in the downtown district because our plans call for density and intensity closer to the urban core. Particularly Haney Walk, they have a buffer, and I believe it's at its narrowest, it's 27 feet, and I think it gets larger in other areas. That buffer was proposed by their developer during the zoning process, you know, in order to offset the effects of some of the other variances they were requesting. So, you know, they do have a buffer, but that's not because it was required in downtown. It's because that applicant proposed it. Another thing to say is that with the drainage issues, they will be addressed by the code and the engineering department during site plan review. So also this property, I believe, sits lower than their property too. The applicant could probably clarify that. And then I put together this table at the bottom, and it's also in the staff report because we've heard a lot about mismatched character, which actually is probably out of all these concerns, the biggest concern that I have is the mismatched character, because it is a little more dense and intense than the surrounding neighborhoods, like I said. But again, this is an infill property, and it's between, you know, a residential neighborhood and residential buffer and commercial property on Arnold Mill, and, you know, some pretty industrial looking properties around there too. So, you know, I still think that when you consider other proposals we've had in Woodstock before and the comprehensive plan, we really could not identify a reason that this proposal should just be flatly denied. So staff has added a lot of conditions to try to make it the best development it can be, but we are recommending approval. Next slide, please. All right, so on to the recommendation. I'll try to keep this as short as I can. I'm not going to read every single condition, but we have recommended approval to annex and rezone the property to DTGC and DTMRA with the following conditions. The first one, granting the conditional use permit and tying it to this site plan, except for the townhomes on Dobbs Road would have to switch to detached units. And then if no land development permits are issued within 18 months, then the conditional use permit is void. Next slide, please. Condition 2 requires the curb and gutter to be installed on the frontage on Dobbs Road to match a little bit further up Dobbs, where we have been doing some curb and gutter work lately. Number 3 requires the applicant to install a guardrail along their side of the Rubes Creek Bridge prior to the first final plat being approved. This is an area where we already have a bridge, but we need a new guardrail there. And I think the applicant has agreed to this one actually, but maybe you should ask them about that one. Number 4, no residential development shall be allowed on the portion of the property to be zoned DTGC. So in the event that that commercial building can't go there for whatever reason, we want to make sure that this property does not end up as a residential part of the property, which would require variance anyway on Arnold Mill Road. Number 5, 10-foot wide Green Prince Trail section shall be constructed as shown on the exhibit. Next slide, please. Number 6, this goes along with one of those annexation priorities. You know, we talked about potential future expansion down Arnold Mill and being able to offer sewer to more people. And so this condition requires the applicant to make an agreement with the city for upsizing of the pump station, and then the city would contribute to offset the cost of the upsizing. So it would not be an extra cost to the applicant, but if they're going to, you know, while they're going ahead and putting in a pump station, we'd like to go ahead and size it so that other people can tie on in the future if we decide that that's a good idea based on what it ends up costing. So this last sentence, the city reserves the right to not pursue the development agreement, which is subject to final approval by the council. So if it turns out that it's not in the cards for whatever reason, then we wouldn't have to go through with it, but this would give us the option to expand sewer in the future. Number 7 has to do with rearranging the streetscape like I described to you earlier. Next slide, please. Number 8 requires architecture on the sides of the houses that you will see from Arnold Mill on those last 3 units that are at the end of the Muselat streets. So that is an area where you can see these red circles here on the screen. That's an area where the stream buffer has already been cleared a little bit, and we think it might be visible from Arnold Mill. And so we wanted to make sure that the sides of those units get the street facade architecture, since they might be the most visible residential part of the development. Number 9 grants the variance to allow just the 2 housing types. Number 10 grants the variance for the street facade frontage for the commercial building. Next slide. Number 11 grants variances to the stream buffer and the setback, except for not for any residential structures. They cannot be in either the impervious setback or the stream buffers. And then to offset the other encroachment, pervious parking shall be used for the upper row parking spaces in the commercial parking area, and then alleys and driveways which encroach, which would be those ones facing Dobbs Road, would be paved with pervious materials. And then number 12, this is a variance. We think we identified that. I'm not sure if the variant or if the applicant knows whether they need it or not, but we didn't see any tree islands in this parking lot. And so because of the super constrained space, we didn't want to reduce the number of parking spaces. And so we wanted to go ahead and grant a variance if needed to allow them to do light colored pavement instead of tree islands in the part of the parking lot that's not pervious. So that'll just give them some wiggle room there. Next slide, I think that's it. Next slide, please. Yep, okay, so those are all the conditions we recommended, really tiny. And the applicant is here and they have their own presentation also, but if you would like to ask any questions first, I'll be happy to take those.
Okay, thanks, Katie. We'll open up the floor to questions from the Planning Commission. And Brandon, I see you have your hand up. If you'd like to go ahead with your question, please.
Yeah, thanks, James. Katie, thank you for that. A lot of work, obviously, going in this. First question, Woodstock City Homes, where is that exactly? I know Dobbs and Woodstock Knoll, obviously. Where?
It's those white townhomes on Arnold Mill.
Oh, okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
Yep. So it's like, I think it's about maybe a mile away or so on the other side of the fire station.
Okay, perfect. I guess the biggest question I have is so the applicant requested DTRO, correct, for the rezoning. And then I know you said DTLR is more appropriate, but you also recommended DTMRA, and it sounds like to fit the design, yeah. So I guess what I'm struggling with, or just trying to understand, is that the only reason for the DTMRA recommendation, or because I'm just looking at the current zoning, and you have VLR and, like you said, GC, and I see RO a little bit farther away, but also MRA is a little farther away. So I guess I'm just trying to, was it just to fit the design, or was there another reason for fitting in DTMRA by the staff?
Yeah, so we looked at all the different available zoning districts. So DTMRA is one of those districts that is found all over the place in the downtown district. So it's not concentrated to just one location. DTRO is pretty specific in that it's concentrated to 4 specific locations at the north, southeast, and west points of our downtown. MRA, when you look at the zoning map, it's kind of scattered around close in and further out, and so is LR and VLR. And so the difference between those 3 districts, MRA, LR, and VLR, the only differences are uses and lot standards. So it's all about like smaller density, smaller lot standards lower density, or excuse me, higher density when you get smaller lot standards. So, you know, I hate to say that we would pick a zoning just for a design, but it really could have been kind of a toss up between those 3 zoning districts just based on what the density and the design should be. So honestly, yes, MRA was chosen based on the design if we were going to allow townhomes, because for the density and the lot standards they propose, LR is appropriate. And so if we gave them MRA, that would be a higher density. But because we're conditioning to the site plan also, that would not allow them to have any more units than what they're proposing. So we didn't really see a risk in zoning with the higher density because we're tying to the site plan. But if you did not approve the conditional use for townhomes, then I would recommend DTLR.
Okay. Thank you. And my other question, the stream buffers, yeah, I noticed on, let's see, one of them was pervious parking. The other one was you could outlaw grading, but no structures or building or anything like that. I know the questions I've seen that what we consider when we look at those, but what was the considerations for allowing, when you think about that, whether you can allow grading or not? What do y'all think about when you look at that for the effect on the land or the streams or whatever?
Janice, do you want to jump in on this answer, or do you want me to try to take this one?
I can take this one.
Thanks.
So the code specifically states that impervious setback can have minimal grading, but any impervious structures are prohibited. And so we have several developments that come through, and we ask that the homes are taken out. We've granted some variances to allow for some paving. And we just thought, by requesting the pervious pavement that takes out that impervious area of the setback and allows them to get in there to put that in. And so that's what kind of where we went with that, that statement in the code that says they're prohibited. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, and we've kind of stuck with that as development has come in.
Okay. And I guess my last question is kind of more of a procedural question. So James, I don't know, this might be for you too, but so we have a CUP, a variance request, and then also rezoning annexation. So is this one that we break up, or how do we look at a case like this? Is it one at a time?
Typically, when an applicant comes forward with an annexation case, if you're not willing to annex, everything else is mute. Okay, so if there's a question about the annexation itself and whether we believe the annexation of the property into the city is appropriate, then I would say divide that out. If there's not a question about the annexation, if it really comes down to the variances and everything else, you really can deal with it as a single issue and a single motion. But let's say that you're okay with the annexation, the recommended zoning, and you think, there's probably general consensus on all of these variances, but maybe there's 2 variances that you think, I'm okay with everything else, but I'm not okay with these 2. I want to handle those 2 separately. You can separate those out. The challenge with that, now that's purely procedural, right? So from a parliamentary standpoint, yeah, you can do that. From a development standpoint, especially on a site this tight, with some of the challenges that it has, when you start to play around with it too much, a lot of the variances, a lot of the conditions are so interrelated that you can actually end up causing some harm as you try to deal with that. So if we start to think that's a path we want to go down, then we very much need to heavily engage the staff in that discussion, pose questions to them about separating those things out so that we really have a good understanding of what those implications could be. And Katie, Janice, did you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Nope.
And Katie, last question for you, I promise.
No
These
worries.
variances, are they in terms or line with what the applicant requested for the zoning? So for the DTRO, or are they associated with your DTR MRA? Is it all just go into one? Is that, am I understanding that right?
They probably reviewed their plan under DTRO and pointed out the variances, but actually all of the variances that they have requested are not really specific to a zoning district so much. Like the stream buffers, or no matter what zoning district it is, you'd always have those.
That makes sense. So, okay, thank you.
But sometimes, yes, just not in this case.
Okay, other questions from planning commissioners? Okay, Katie, let me ask you, with respect to the design, the layout of the site itself. I know we didn't want units fronting Dobbs, the townhomes fronting Dobbs, for obvious reasons. It just doesn't fit the character of the Dobbs frontage. You referenced the fact that residential should not front on Arnold Mill Road, which I completely understand. But as I look at this design and I think about stepping down from lower, or stepping up, I guess, in this case, from lower intensity to higher intensity, currently the design reflects the townhomes being against Haney Walk. Can you speak to us about the value of potentially flipping that? Take the higher intensity townhomes, bring them closer to Arnold Mill, put the single family detached closer to Haney Walk, the pros and cons of both approaches. And then I'll be posing similar questions to the applicant's engineer as well, because I know there's some site issues as well.
Yeah, so we did discuss that, and that you're right, that is definitely the general way that you would step down density. You know, you do it within the development. And we've done that in a lot of other situations where we've had like the surroundings of a development have like kind of a different density than the interior of the development did to better match the surroundings of what was around the neighborhood. So we talked about that, and everybody wondered, you know, should we have those townhomes on the back row right up against the Haney Walk buffer? And because this is such a small property and we've only got like 2 rows of dwellings here at all in the first place, we kind of looked at the stepping down intensity as more of like on the neighborhood as a whole kind of level rather than the units within the neighborhood, just because there are so few. And so, you know, when looking at a step down in density, I was kind of talking more about like Haney Walk is 2 units an acre. This whole neighborhood would be 4 units an acre, rather than like where the actual units are in the development. Even though you're right, we've done it the opposite way in pretty much every other case, but this is one of the smallest little infill developments we've had come through recently. So I think either, you know, as long as there's no townhomes on Dobbs Road with where everything else is rearranged within the development, I really think either one would be fine. The other thing to note is that along the back of this development, there's a retaining wall plan. And then to the north is a higher elevation. And so I'm not really sure how because there's a buffer and a retaining wall and an alley between these townhomes and the Haney Walk, that's one reason why we thought those might be okay where they are. I hope that answered your question.
It did, thank you.
Great.
And then have we seen any, or asked for even, any sort of a sightline depiction from Haney Walk looking to the south, so that because I know there is an elevation change there, so I'm wondering, you know, for the benefit of the Haney Walk folks, when they look out their back windows, what are they seeing?
That's a great question, and no, we have not done that kind of analysis.
Okay, we'll pose some questions on that to the applicant as well then. And then I noticed in some of the comments going back and forth from residents, and this is probably a good question for Janice. There was reference to a study on Dobbs Road and kind of looking at possible traffic improvements, et cetera, on Dobbs. So Janice, would you like to speak a little bit to kind of where that is in the process and some of that?
I know just by the number of units that they're proposing, our code doesn't require them to do the study. But like Katie presented, Arnold Mill is a like arterial collector. I mean, you have commuters on that pretty much every day, coming from Roswell, Alpharetta, coming through Woodstock, going to Town Lake, and vice versa. So, you know, and most of the traffic is commuting through Woodstock at that point. And so that was kind of what our thinking was, that we didn't feel that 47 units was going to add enough traffic to make a big enough difference to see a traffic study done there.
I understand that from the perspective of having the applicant do a traffic study for this particular development. My question is more about any sort of plans or studies that the city itself may be doing or looking at with respect to Dobbs or Arnold Mill. You know, any future improvements that we may be studying or looking at.
Right now, we are currently doing a downtown traffic study, and that's kind of looking at all of the traffic through downtown Woodstock. So we are including Dobbs and Arnold Mill in that quarter, but we're also looking at Main Street, at Town Lake Parkway, at Dupree, at Rote Mill Road. So it's all being included as one master traffic study. So, and then as Katie said, they're looking at a possible roundabout there at Dobbs and Arnold Mill. So, so those are kind of future proposals.
Okay, and I would anticipate that probably the timing of that downtown traffic analysis is probably tossed or thrown off a little bit, just because of kind of the situation we're in now and how it's influencing traffic volume.
Right. Well, we have talked with our consultant, and they felt that they were able to still give us quality numbers based on what they count. And with school actually in session this week, which is they actually did their count or doing their counts this week, so they are getting our school traffic in those counts as well. So again, probably not quite what it would normally be, but they are getting some numbers that are probably closer to what we would be at full interaction, I guess.
Okay, and then let's turn to stormwater. I know there's been a fair amount of concern from the residents with respect to drainage and stormwater. That's, you know, it's not the sexiest topic in the world, but you know, it's one I always love to talk about. So has there been any conversation between the city and the applicant at this point with respect to how they intend to handle stormwater?
There has not, and typically, unless they've gone that far with their plan, we don't normally, you know, we're usually getting a high level concept at this point, and they haven't put all of the engineering and design into, you know, full stormwater design. And so we usually handle that situation with plan review. And as Katie stated, and I think the applicant will say, this is pretty much the low point. I mean, you're coming to a stream crossing. The applicant is showing a pump station, which means, you know, all the sewer cannot gravity flow. That's got to pump it uphill. So most likely they probably need to look at drainage more from the outlying communities on them than the outlying communities need to be concerned from this development.
Yeah, I noticed a comment from one of the Haiti Walk neighbors noting that their property actually drains onto this property, which is a whole other issue. So given the streams being right there, given how low some of this land is, I would anticipate they're probably struggling with some wetlands issues in there. Do you feel that it would warrant earlier than typical analysis of stormwater management plan?
I mean, we can ask the engineer what, you know, if that's something they'd be willing to do, but I don't know. We don't normally, with the development, we just don't normally get to that point just because it's such a high level design for them to do.
Sure.
To put that effort into a development that they're not sure will be approved.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Commissioners, final call for questions from planning commissioners.
Renee has her hand up.
Yep.
Oh, I'm not seeing it here. Okay, sorry, Renee.
I can't find the raise my hand button. I'll find it in a minute. Sorry. Question for staff. If this project were to remain light industrial zoning, what types of uses would be allowed for light industrial?
Well, to be honest with you, I do not have the county's zoning matrix in my head like I have ours sometimes. So I don't know all the answers, but I can tell you generally light industrial. Oh, look, Parks has it right there. I'm sure he can answer your question better than I can.
Okay.
But yeah, from my point of view, you know, the name says it all, industrial. It would definitely be commercial.
Right. Let's say that we do annex it. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it stays zoned light industrial. What would be there?
If we annex it and so if we annex it, we would probably not zone it light industrial because it's so close to our downtown and we don't have any other light industrial zoning around. So if we did annex it and like the closest comparable zoning would probably be like DTGC or regular GC. Okay. And so it could allow commercial uses like, all kinds of commercial uses, restaurants, maybe light manufacturing. Gosh, I am struggling to find uses right now.
My point is asking the question is what are the other options for the use of the property?
Right. And like self-storage is one that is a light industrial use that, you know, might be conditional use permit in the city, but I think I've heard the applicant mention that might be allowed in the light industrial if it stayed in the county. So, I mean, it could be some all right commercial uses. It could be some pretty annoying commercial uses also. Yeah.
That's my point.
With general commercial, it's a pretty wide variety of, like, it could be a huge variety of things. And so, yes, you could end up with something that's way more annoying than a residential development. I think that's where you were.
Yes.
Thinking. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, final call for questions from commissioners. All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the applicant, Mr. Huff.
And Parks, they've got your slides pulled up, I think. So you just need to say next slide when you're ready for him to change.
Okay. Good evening. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with the law firm of Sam Larkin & Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this annexation application. And I just want to briefly, while it's right on my mind, touch on the question that both Renee and had about the industrial zoning. And I want to relate it to the traffic question that James had. And that is that, you know, one thing that you always got to think about when traffic comes up as a question is property is currently zoned light industrial. It's going to have, you know, a use on it of some intensity. So the 47 units and quite frankly, the attached units have a fraction of the traffic count that detached does. So that's the reason why I think that the traffic is really minimal, as your staff pointed out. If I can just go through my presentation now, start with the first slide. Next slide. Is Teddy did a great job going through the property. You know, we are a transition property. There's Arnold Mill Road, Dobbs Road. There's commercial buildings on the corner, and then Haney Walk behind us. All this property, if I can go to the next slide, this is the county's land use plan, which is a suburban living neighborhood village, which the city recognizes we're in compliance with that. And the county, very importantly, recognizes we're in compliance with that. It's also very important to note, just to our north is urban core. So, you know, when you really look at this property from a perspective of where it actually is, you're at the intersection of an arterial road and a pretty heavily traveled alternative route that gets up to Main Street. And so this type of project is anticipated here. If I go to the next slide. Again, this shows that this entire property is currently zoned light industrial in the county. And Renee, you had a great question. My client has this property under contract. The sellers, the owner of the property is in a position where they are going to sell the property. We have it under contract for our proposed development. And so if our proposed development is not approved, we would have to withdraw the annexation application. It would remain in the county as light industrial because we don't have permission to bring it in to the city with a lower, anything really different other than something that works for the proposed development that we're proposing here. And you did ask the question about what uses are allowed in LI, and this is the matrix. I printed it out for the county. General automotive repair, truck stops. I know truck stop wouldn't go there. Automobile oil changing, detail services, recreational vehicle sales, mobile home sales, home improvement, pleasure boat repair, construction offices with including storage of machinery and equipment. Many warehouses are permitted as in the county without a conditional use permit. Assaying services are allowed there. And quite frankly, I was gonna look that up. I don't know what it is. Veterinary services, guided missile and space vehicle parts research and development is a permitted use. So it's industrial use. There's a whole bunch of chemical type manufacturing and plastics and such. It's also under light industrial. So it's a very intensive classification. And so that's one of the things when we look at this property, it is very important to understand. Go to the next slide. The site plan has a lot of different elements that I'd like to point out. One is we did want to have some street frontage on Dobbs Road. You know, I understand the city's desire to not maybe have the attached product right up on Dobbs Road, but I'm going to show you a project that had the exact opposite. But one thing we do want to have is have those as a street presence along Dobbs Road. And it does come to one of the two kind of areas where we disagree with staff's comments. And one is we do have the residential structures in some of the impervious setbacks. It's only 796 total square feet. And so we want, and this is a lot, the road frontage along Dobbs Road, we think is important to have that street presence. The city very much understands how having a streetscape is important to set the tone for the type of development that you have, and this will have that. One thing I want to point out that's not obvious when you look at this is these are not typical townhomes. These townhomes are 32 feet wide. The homes are 36 feet wide. So these townhomes are very wide. They're wider than most. A lot of your townhomes are, you know, 20, 22, 24 feet wide. So at 32 foot, it's a very wide townhome. Would provide an attractive streetscape and architectural detail along the road frontage there. But we can look, I will say, I mean, we could look at detaching those. We would lose some, but we still would like the variance to allow some of the rear of those lots to be in that impervious setback, because we think it's important to have that scape as you go along Dobbs Road. That's one of the things that we think would be attractive as you go along there, and set a tone that is consistent with the downtown area. Then you come into the project and we've got alleys feeding the project. So you've got homes facing the streets, the units that are 9 through 12, and those units that are basically coming vertical out of the off of Arnold Mill, if you will. Those are facing a muse and a green space that would open up into the green space that is the creek buffer through there. So those will be very, very attractive. We've got a street that connects through. So that's one of the goals of the city, is to have connecting streets rather than having terminating streets. So there's connectivity between Arnold Mill and Dobbs Road there. We've got on-street parking and such. And then I think it's important to note, this will frame the commercial that's at the corner of Dobbs and Arnold Mill Road. That is our understanding is going to be redeveloped, or not redeveloped, but rehab for retail type tenants. And we think that having this as a backdrop will only drive better tenants and better finish of that area. And then we add an additional commercial building along Arnold Mill Road. So when you take it all together, Jeff Smith, who's on the call here, LDS, you're very familiar with him. He's a developer, but he's also an engineer. So when he looks at a site, he looks at it critically of the best way to lay it out. And he's done a good job of handling the stream buffers, and then also accommodating the multi-use trail. I will suggest a compromise. One of the things that was mentioned is getting that trail established, and maybe a compromise, and the staff even mentioned it, was that there is a possible connection going up north into the core land. But until that trail network is done, maybe the cost of putting a bridge over a creek may not be a good use of monies at this point until that is actually established. Maybe we establish the trail to that creek crossing, and therefore that part, it would be done as part of our development. It would make sense. We would be in that area developing, so we could put in the infrastructure for that, and we would do that. As staff pointed out, this is at the bottom of the basin. We are receiving everybody's water through here, and we aren't putting water on anybody. But we will be putting in a sewer lift station, and it's important in this location because it is the bottom of the basin. When we put it in, then all the other uses that are around here, and there are some septic tanks, and there are some failing septic tanks in this area, could actually be able to have some potential access to sewer when this lift station goes in. If I go to the next slide. This again gives you the details. I mean, we're talking about 47 units of 4 unit per acre development. As we show, 5 acres, 43% of the site is set off. Yes, a lot of that is in creek buffers, but you also know that there are opportunities to pipe creeks or put other crossings in to where the creeks become piped. So that is significant that we've got a good portion of the site preserved. And if we put the trail network in a portion of that would appropriately count as open space. Go to the next slide. The homes we're talking about, the project changed a little bit as we went through the process, and we've got a different builder than the initially had on there. If you looked at the original application, the homes were a lot narrower and smaller, and we've got a different builder after reviewing some of the staff concerns and actually quite frankly some of the neighbor concerns. And Windsong is the builder, and these are the single family detached product. Go to the next slide. And this is a representation of the attached product. And you might be thinking to yourself, if I'm going to the next slide, where have I seen this before? And you are correct, you have seen this before, because at Linton and Main Street, as you're going north on Main Street on the right-hand side, Windsong has a development that's got 3 townhomes facing Main Street, and then 7 homes behind that, fronting on Linton Street, and then a commercial building with a condo above. And this is DTRO, and this is at Linton and Main Street, which is kind of the opposite end of the Haney Walk subdivision coming out that direction. So they're the builder. We're very excited about their product. The city, I think that product has been well received. They're, sell very well. And the 32-foot wide townhomes creates single level living, and it's a little different than your very vertical townhomes. I'll go to the next slide. And that, by the way, is 8 units per acre. If I go to the next slide. Now the buffer, and I understand Haney Walk's concerns, and they would like to have as much buffering as they can get, and I don't blame them for asking for it. They're zone DT also, and we are proposing a DT downtown zoning. There are no buffers required between the two DT categories. I will note that one of the reasons potentially why that buffer, that their subdivision currently, the closest home is the 34 feet of tree buffer between their tree line and our property line. And it goes up from there. That's the closest point, and it quickly goes up to over 100 feet of tree buffer. That's owned by the homeowners association. It's not incorporated in the lots. And so that is the buffer that's there. And keep in mind, when they came in and were developed, they were adjacent to light industrial property. So certainly it would make sense for them to have a buffer here, but we're talking residential to residential now. And Mr. Drinker, you had a question about, is it appropriate to have townhomes adjacent to single family detached? One of the elements there, and Katie did a good job of describing it also, and that is there's a buffer there. And we probably, between now and the mayor and council meeting, can go and get some view sheds and make sure, but we've got a significant buffer there. And then that alleyway is dropped down. There's going to be a retaining wall along our northern property line, and that will in fact have our site drop below. So, it's going to be much below their grade. And quite frankly, this is a community that will be maintained by a homeowners association. All the lawn maintenance, everything's maintained by the homeowners association. So we will be a quiet neighbor. The landscaping will be done during the week by a professional crew at one time. There's no backyards with dogs and such as that. So we will be a quiet neighbor and adjacent to them, and the buffer in between these two communities is significant. If I can go to the next slide. Again, that just gives you a view here of their community in relation to the property that's zoned light industrial. So I think that's it for my slides. And what we would ask you to do is follow your staff recommendation for approval. They did a great job of analyzing the property from relationship of the surrounding county zonings, which is light industrial, existing zoning on the property, which is light industrial, the surrounding city zonings, this is general commercial, and then D2 to our north, and the city's goals of getting this type of quality development with a mixture of housing, 2 housing types in it in this area is a positive for the city. And so we ask that you follow their recommendation with a couple minor exceptions. One is we would like to try to be able to really get the streetscape where we can get those homes on. And you see the creek buffer is parallel to Dobbs Road at that point. And so that, not being able to get into that a little bit would mean that we wouldn't have the streetscape that I think would be attractive as you go up Dobbs Road in that area there. So that's one of the minor exceptions that we ask for. And then we would ask for the attached product there also, rather than the detached as proposed. So at this time, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. Also like to be able to respond to some of the questions and concerns from not only you, but the neighbors.
And Parks, hey, good evening, everybody. This is Jeff Smith. If I can just add a little something to what Parks has kind of said, and this answers some of the questions you all were asking. I know all of you on the commission, and you know that I'm an engineer, but I think it's important that the community knows that as well. And I think all of you know that the multiple developments that we have been involved with, we do a lot of upfront engineering and thought and research in preparing our plan. And we did the same thing here. So when it comes to stormwater and buffer encroachments and walls and things like that and grading on the site, we've already thought that out. It's not 100% complete, but we're probably 80% complete. So I won't go through all and answer all those questions, but just so you know, we have thought of all that and figured out how it's going to work. And we know we can build the site plan as proposed. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from you or the community or anything like that as it relates to that, because I just want everybody to kind of have that level of comfort that, you know, we haven't come up with something and then later we're going to hope that we can figure it out. You know, we don't work that way. We make sure that it's going to work up front before we get to this point, and it does.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate that. I'm glad you spoke up because, you know, I have respect for Mr. Huff as an attorney, but he's a pretty lousy engineer, so I'm glad you're on the call. All right, so we'll open it up for questions from the commission. And Renee, I see your hand.
Thank you. What is the price point on townhomes and single family?
Sorry. So we expect the townhomes to be on average in the mid 400s. And we think the single family will start in the high 4s and will probably go to the 5. So very similar to the price points that you've seen at Linton and Maine.
Okay. And then how many stories?
They're all going to be 2 stories. Yep. They'll all be 2 stories.
Okay. So no basements or?
No.
Everything's 2 stories.
Correct.
Okay. And then what about all the concerns with, I mean, I guess you already kind of answered it, but water retention?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, credit to your staff, you know, they're going to review and make sure everything meets all of the codes and ordinances. But I will tell you that we are going to have a flood study conducted. We do that third party. I've already had a preliminary conversation about that. So we're going to have a flood study done to make sure that we understand the floodplain. So there's part of it. As far as water quality, and I know there were a lot of comments about water quality, especially with our proximity to Rubes Creek. We are going to meet or exceed the water quality requirements, and we're going to do that in proprietary devices. These devices were actually just recently approved on another site in the city of Woodstock by both the city and the EPD. So they meet or exceed all of those minimum requirements. So, you know, that's important to us too, and we'll make sure that it meets that. Detention wise, we'll have all that taken care of too. That'll be incorporated into our flood study. But yeah, we don't have 100% design on those, but all that has been well thought out, and we know how we're going to handle that.
So it'll either be a detention pond or it'll be these devices you're talking about.
Yeah, we're not proposing a detention pond at this point.
Not at all.
That's right. Yeah, at this point, we're not proposing detention ponds. It'll be the proprietary devices. That's right.
Okay.
Just so, if I could real quick, Renee, just so the public knows, Jeff referenced the EPD. EPD is the Environmental Protection Division. That's the state's version of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. And EPD oversees and regulates stormwater issues, stream issues within the state of Georgia. So sorry, Renee, go ahead.
It's okay. The homes that are going to face Dobbs Road, are they going to have a front door on Dobbs Road?
Yes.
And then an alley behind?
Correct.
So
that's right.
An example would be, I mean, I know we've got a lot of products like that
Linton and Maine.
In downtown Woodstock.
Townhome Space Main Street.
That's right. Yeah, Linton and Maine. Now, and I think Parks touched on this, but just so you know, we are proposing to build similar footprints, okay? So the interior of the buildings that they did at Linton and Maine, they are going to change the exteriors, and Parks had a couple slides up here that have a black and white rendering of what they are proposing. But yeah, we are proposing to do the similar thing as Linton and Maine. So when you ask about what the streetscape will look at, Linton and Maine's a great example. The single family detached, of course, you know, that are on Linton Street will be similar to that. different architecture on the front. And then the same thing with the the townhome buildings that are on Main Street, different architecture on the fronts, but same thing, the door facing the street, you know, with a landscaped area, and then of course the sidewalk, and then the required landscape area off of the road. So yeah.
Okay, and what about the back where there's this, you know, discussion about requiring, you know, a porch off the back, but that might be incorporated into an overhang? Any more information on that?
Yeah, and so I did, you know, we asked for the variance before we were 100% sure of the exact product that Windsong was going to do. And it turns out, if you all have seen it, so the townhomes that they have on Main Street, on the second level, they have a porch that is incorporated into that footprint. So when you go by, it looks like it's part of the structure, but you can see an opening on the side, and that's the porch. They plan on doing the same thing here. And then on the single family detached product, they've told me that their porches are also incorporated into that footprint, and they really live on the side. So I don't think either one of them is going to be visible, other than meeting, you know, the requirements of the code that Katie had mentioned, that they'll be, you know, similar material to the exterior of the building and will be covered.
Okay, and then what about building out the trail extension? And
yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
I was going to say, as Parks mentioned, and look, I've talked to Brian Stockton about this as well. He's the one who first mentioned it to us, because we had proposed the trail in a different location. I didn't realize that was where it's supposed to go. You know, and Brian's thought at the time was, hey, you know what? The Corps not letting us do anything with this trail for the foreseeable future going into Corps property, you know, so he just didn't know the timing of it. You know, so our perspective is we don't really want to, you know, and look, you know me, every project I've worked with you on, we've been all about building the trail, including the one on North Main that's going to have the bridge. We're all about trying to figure out a way to make it work. I think this is the only time that we're like, you know what, I don't know if this one makes the most sense. But as Parks alluded to, I don't think we'd be 100% opposed to building that if we could stop short of the stream. That is a pretty big cost, obviously, to try to cross that stream. And if we were connecting to an existing trail, I think we'd be having a different conversation. But I think that's going to be a few years in the future.
What do you have any ideas? Because I know you have built bridges over other areas. The approximate cost that would run to build a bridge?
Well, I can tell you that the one that we are proposing at North Main is going to be around $70,000.
Okay, so it would probably be something similar, close.
Possibly, yeah. I haven't analyzed that section of the stream. It's all about how wide the stream is to know for sure. But yeah, ballpark, that's probably right.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for me, James.
Okay, thanks, Renee. Questions from other members of the Planning Commission?
Yeah, Jeff. Hey, Brandon Williams.
Brandon.
The wall, the retaining wall in the back. Can you talk about that a little bit? Describe it. It seems to be a lot of the residents that wrote in had issues with that, or what it's going to look like and things like that. Can you kind of give any detail on that at all?
Jeff, before you answer that, can we go to a slide that has the site plan on it?
Yeah, hold on just a second. We'll get to it. Here we go. Oh,
yep.
Were you going to say anything about that, or did you just want to just?
No, I just thought it would be helpful for the discussion for that.
Okay. Yeah, look, we've thought a lot about this wall. And just so you know, I've read all of the opposition. It's important, obviously, to us, because I want to understand where they're coming from. And, you know, if there's anything we can do to help, we want to do that. And if there's anything we can do to help answer any questions, we can do that. And so in this situation, we think the wall is going to be a modular block. The reason I left it open is once we get into design and we have that conversation with Windsong, then the actual wall materials will be chosen. And so that was the only thing we're just not sure of. Wall heights are going to vary from 4 feet to 12. That is for sure. We've done a grading plan. We know that's right. We think it'll be modular block. There were some good points that they brought up about the tiebacks. You know, tiebacks are usually a 1-to-1 slope, meaning if you have a 12-foot wall, you'll have a 12-foot tieback. There are exceptions to that. you can cut those tiebacks in half if you backfill it with GAB instead of dirt, which means you could have a 6-foot tieback. So we have no intention of going on their property. We know we can build this wall without going on their property. We wouldn't do that. But yeah, so right now I would say it will be a modular block wall, and we won't go on their property to build it.
And that is just purely a retaining wall, correct? That's the purpose of it?
Correct. Yeah, modular block retaining wall, you got it.
Okay.
While we're talking about the wall, this was a question that came up. I wrote it down. I think James may have asked about the sight lines and whatnot. I can tell you that I've looked at the houses, their houses that are adjacent to this, and their houses are going to sit 12 to 16 feet higher than the houses that we're proposing on this alley. So if that gives you an idea, the alley is going to sit lower than those other homes by 12 to 16 feet plus or minus.
Okay. And I know
that'll help, I think.
Yeah, and I know you've already addressed the stormwater drainage, what you just talked about it. You've already thought about it. You said about, I think, 80%. Obviously, you don't have the details on it, but it sounds like the plan is to use the devices you talked about is primarily the plan.
Yeah, for water quality. So there's multiple components to stormwater that we have to do. One of them is water quality, and that's where you remove the impurities and whatnot. And they have certain requirements. I won't bore you with the details, but yeah, those devices I'm talking about will handle the water quality portion of it. Now, as it comes to detention, that portion gets a little bit more complicated. And again, we're going to run a flood study on it, and we'll do an analysis on it. And normally when you're at this point in the basin, it's important to treat water quality for the impurities. But if the flood study proves that we can lower the floodplain by not detaining, then we will not detain. Again, that flood study hasn't been done yet. It's something that needs to be done before we can make that determination.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, additional questions? Okay. Oh, Renee's got. Go ahead, Renee.
I meant to ask about the commercial building on Arnold Mill. I know that I read in the packet at this point, you don't know what's going to go there. Is that still the case?
That is, yes, that's correct. Yeah, we know we want to show commercial on there. We know that's part of what, the city's plan is to have commercial. So we know we want to have a commercial building there, but no, we do not have a tenant in mind. Katie's right. I think in the parking summary, we called it retail. Truthfully, it might be office, but we're not 100% sure yet. We don't have a tenant.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions from commissioners? Jeff, if I could, let's go back to that idea of kind of flipping the location of the townhomes, putting the detached closer to Haney Walk and moving the townhomes down into the development. I've seen your work enough to know that you've probably done 20 different iterations of this thing. So was that something that you looked at?
Yeah, I think we do have a plan, that had shown some detached homes up there. So you're right. We've done multiple iterations, in working with staff. I think they were wanting to bring the detached homes more towards the front, make them more visible from Dobbs and Arnold Mill, and have the townhomes in the back. And we're certainly open to that. But at the same time, probably to answer your question, if we had a condition that said that you guys wanted to see the single family detached homes there, and we flipped and put the townhomes where the detached homes are now, I mean, I think I haven't done one with this exact plan, but just knowing the dimensions of everything, I think we could probably get something like that to work.
Okay. Appreciate that. Deborah, I think I saw your hand up a moment ago.
Yes, I just had a question as to why they're not pulling in the whole development, or why 10 feet staying into the county, not coming into the city, annexing in.
Oh yeah, that strip. Yeah. So It's required. So the property that's kind of to the northwest of this property is still in Cherokee County. And so if we were to annex the entire part, then we would create an island. And we can't create an island. And so the way that you get around that is you leave a 10-foot strip of property in the county. And that way you're not creating the island. It's still contiguous to Cherokee County property. That's all there is to the 10-foot strip. There's really nothing else related to that at all.
Okay, and I also noticed on the view we're seeing right now, there's a 12-foot alley there, but on the one that we've seen a little bit further down, it says it was a 16-foot alley, which is the correct one.
So I know this plan's hard to read. It actually says F2 alley. We used to call it a 16-foot alley. Yeah, and then, you know, the staff was like, hey, call out the alley type. And so, yeah, it's an F2 alley type. They vary. Some are 16-foot wide minimum and some are 20-foot wide minimum. It depends on the alley, but the ones backing up towards Haney are 16-foot wide alleys.
All right, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, last call for questions from the Planning Commission. All right, seeing none, we're about to open the public hearing portion of tonight's session. Just as a reminder, we will call the names of the speakers. When the speaker is called, if you're online, you'll unmute or we'll unmute you. You will state your name and your address for the record, and then you will begin your comments, directing all comments to myself and my fellow commissioners. And remember, there is a 3-minute time limit. If you see me looking down at my phone, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just taking note of the time. So we'll ask that you try to keep your comments to that 3 minutes. I won't be overzealous about it. If you're at 3:01, I'm not going to cut you off. You start getting it close to 4, and I'm going to start getting antsy, and I may cut you off at that point. I believe we're beginning tonight with the online speakers, and our first public comment is from Mr. Matt Robson. Matt, are you online? Let's see. Can you raise your hand online? There he is. Okay, let's open up his mic.
Unmute here. So can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. So yeah, 3 minutes. I won't take that long. My name's Matt Robson. I live at 230 Haney Road. I'm the president of our HOA and was asked to get involved here when we got the letter from Parks' firm on the proposed development. We've moved it around the neighborhood. And as you can see, and I'm pretty sure that's part of the packet, we put together a petition with some concerns. You know, and I think the overarching concern was consistency within the neighborhood. And we want to, if it's going to back up to us, we want to see like for like as opposed to the townhomes. I think it was Jeff that was talking earlier, had mentioned this is just what they want to do. I know it's a small space. There's probably very, very little margin, but I think, you know, just to address our major concerns, and there's going to be some neighbors that go after me that really pinpoint concerns. Our major concern is consistency and what we're going to back up to and what we're going to look at. We're not against development at all. I love it. I've been in Woodstock for 25 years. Love it here. You know, I was here when it was just Chili's and Longhorn. Love what's going on here and love what you guys are doing. But, you know, that the neighborhood we all moved into, we've got a really tight-knit community of people that everybody knows everybody. And so we're kind of addressing this as that kind of concern, right? You know, we march as one, I guess is the best way of saying it. So what we'd like to do, and if it's, you know, possible based on what you said, if there's some way of flipping it so it's not townhomes or whatever, it sounds like the drainage plan, a lot of stuff really is, as I think Jeff said, 80%, 70%. There's a lot that still needs to happen to make this a go. But the overarching concern is what some neighbors are going to look at. Are they, and it sounds like it's going to kind of almost be based on if you're going to do pump stations that you're almost, I know there's no basements in the home, but it's basically going to be that kind of situation where, according to what you said, all the water is going to drain in there anyway. But I guess it's more of a privacy concern, especially with the wall. Are they going to be able to look into neighbors' backyards and such? So I'll let my, I won't take the full 3 minutes. I'll let my neighbors go with specific concerns. But that is, this has got the power of the HOA behind it to address these concerns. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Our next speaker is Mr. Tom Raymond. Let's see. There he is. Okay, let's open up Mr. Raymond. Okay, Mr. Raymond, can you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, how you doing? Hello all. My name is Tom Raymond. I'm at 438 Hathaway Avenue. I am a Haney Walk resident directly affected by this proposal, as the density and row of townhomes are currently proposed within the 35 to 50 feet of our backyards. Anybody who bought a house in Haney Walk or Woodstock Knoll, I think, would be opposed to a situation where they're going to look in their backyard and see a row of townhomes or high density. We're basically just concerned that this doesn't fit with the intention of what Haney Walk was when we decided to invest here. But what I'd really like to talk about today and address the issue is whether or not this level of density is even possible based upon the current site plan and character of the existing property. I actually paid to consult some engineers on plan and professionals who, don't have a vested interest in this property to get their professional opinion in regards to the site plan, and all seem to feel that this level of density may not even be possible. First, on the current site plan, there is a 10-foot strip of property that is to remain in Cherokee County against the border. This would stay Cherokee County property and would not be City of Woodstock property. The applicant proposes a wall up to 12 feet and an alley within 1 foot strip of that land. All the engineers say that any wall would need to have at least a 12-foot tieback in this situation to meet code, which means they would have to dig up the 10-foot strip of Cherokee County property and maybe even a little bit into the Haney Walk property. Jeff had already said that this is probably going to be a modular concrete wall, which requires those tiebacks. Second part of it they mentioned was the dug up area for that wall would also root systems, because they're not only going to have to go back 10 feet, they're also going to have to go down 5 or 7 or 10 feet to meet that need for the tiebacks. And the buffer of trees between Haney Walk have a root system that would get killed. They said anything in that drip line could have a root system killed, and that would kill trees on Haney Walk property, probably, potentially. So my question is to the committee, is it even possible to have a plan that digs up land that isn't city owned and potentially kills the trees on neighboring property land? Secondly, we've talked about Rubes Creek, and Rubes Creek is located on this property. Rubes Creek is also currently an impaired stream, which means extra consideration needs to be taken in relation to stormwater runoff and detention plans. That's been obviously discussed. A City of Woodstock official told me that this wasn't addressed and that it would need to be addressed during a plan review before they could even get an approval or permit. Again, my question, is it even feasible with this level of density to meet these stormwater requirements and detention requirements? And lastly, there's an existing stream and floodplain on this property. Multiple consultants felt that the existing stream would be disturbed enough with the current site plan and the grading needed to build above the floodplain that an individual permit from the Army Corps of Engineers would probably be needed for the current plan. I'm asking if this is even being considered by the committee for zoning. In conclusion, I'm just asking you all to consider if this level of density is even possible to build and meet the city and state requirements before you approve any new zoning. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, we have Mr. Greg Weddick. Apologize if there he is. He's got his hand up. See, there we go. Okay, Mr. Weddick, you're unmuted.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Greg Weddick. I'm at 445 Hathaway Avenue. Thank you very much. I am in agreement with and support the items Tom has discussed both verbally and in writing. The following quotes, just to cite a very few, are from the Woodstock Comprehensive Plan and represent various themes throughout the plan. From page 6, the development of strong neighborhoods providing a range of housing options to give people the opportunity to choose housing that best suits them while maintaining and enhancing the value of existing neighborhoods is primary to the community's vision. The city's goal is to promote a mix and balance of residential development options for existing and future residents of the city, while maintaining the character as desired by city residents. All new development should contribute to an overall sense of community. Ensure that development proposals are environmentally responsible. Page 6 of staff's evaluation refers to page 100 of the comprehensive plan. The full text is as follows, entitled Suburban Living, under the heading Character Areas. This character area includes both older established neighborhoods and occasional areas with limited existing development. The intent of this character area is to preserve stable neighborhoods while accommodating new neighborhoods that embody the spirit of older neighborhoods, such as neighborhood sense of place, human connectivity, and safety. Both existing and proposed traditional single-family neighborhoods are essential to the community character of Woodstock. Each kind of development will offer an opportunity and choice to the residents of the city, unquote. The current proposal before you represents an entirely urban design, more conducive to areas closer to downtown. The precedent has been set. Dobbs Estates, Woodstock Knoll, and Haney Walk form a beautiful, tranquil, suburban lifestyle group of compatible neighborhoods placed in a downtown setting, a very unique part of Woodstock planning. This is what many of us who built or rehabbed homes in these neighborhoods saw and desired. The proposed development disrupts this continuity and does not acknowledge the spirit of the Woodstock Comprehensive Plan. Should the proposal be approved or denied? Perhaps the answer is to split the horns of the dilemma by requiring the following two conditions in keeping with the spirit of the Woodstock Comprehensive Plan. Number one, require lots and homes that are to border the southwestern perimeter, namely Hathaway Avenue, to be comparable in size to Haney Walk. The average lot size in Haney Walk is 10,512.78 square feet. Number two, require a substantial buffer from that perimeter for the preservation of meaningful contiguous wildlife habitat. I ask the Commission and City Council to please consider the spirit of the Woodstock Comprehensive Plan designed for its citizens and reject the current proposal. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to address any questions you might have later.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, next we have Mr. Scott Johnson. Let's see. There he is. There, he helped me a little further down. He raised his hand. There we go. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you should be unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Scott Johnson, I'm at 442 Hathaway Avenue. My wife Holly and I moved to Haney Walk in 2016 with our two daughters, as we were sold on not only the city of Woodstock, but also the overall plan for the community. We were especially attracted to the fact that we could be close to downtown, but still enjoy the tranquility and safety of a traditional neighborhood. The plan of safe pedestrian walkways, preservation of trees and green spaces, and development for the greater good of the community is what ultimately led my family to choose Woodstock as our home. My house backs up directly to the proposed development and was referenced earlier, is one of the houses most close to the development. When I purchased my property, the Cherokee County zoning in place called for a 35-foot tree buffer on the property where the development is being proposed. This zoning and buffer were important in my decision to buy the property, as it would protect me from any future development by providing a natural forest screen. The new proposed development is asking to remove the 35-foot buffer so that more townhomes can fit on the property. In simple terms, when I bought my property, the Cherokee County zoning required a buffer. The new proposal wants to take that buffer away. The buffer in place under current zoning consists of old growth trees, deer, coyotes, and many other animals. They use this buffer to travel to and from the Corps of Engineer property in the Lake Allatoona watershed. If you look over for the proposal for Haney Walk in 2013, the paperwork references the importance of maintaining green spaces for the preservation of a meaningful contiguous wildlife habitat. It's been 7 years since that proposal was approved, but I think that ideology should still exist for our city. If the city wants to approve this development, I think it's in the best interest of the community to keep the 35-foot buffer required under current zoning. I believe keeping the buffer in the long run will help protect property values for the residents of Haney Walk, but also the residents of the future development. Thank you very much for giving me the time to discuss my concerns. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next is Russ Elliott.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we sure can.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Russell Elliott and my family and I reside at 444 Hathaway Avenue, and our property also backs up to the proposed site. Firstly, I echo all the concerns expressed by my neighbours. In addition, we have concerns regarding the effect that this development would have on parking and, more importantly, traffic on surrounding roads. In September 2017, my family and I personally witnessed the aftermath of the tragic accident that occurred on Arnold Mill Road by the amphitheatre. We were standing within 50 yards when 2 adults and 1 infant were hit and tragically killed by a vehicle as they were attempting to cross the road. At the time, there were a few places to safely cross the road, and it's probably why barriers are now put up each and every time an event happens at the amphitheatre. The proposed development would mean more people crossing Arnold Mill Road and surrounding roads to places such as the convenience store, the gas station, right across the street from the proposed development on Arnold Mill Road. As this development would also bring increased traffic, additional provisions such as traffic lights, pedestrian crossings should also be considered so that fatal accidents in the future are mitigated. At certain times during the day, traffic backs up from the light at Main Street and Arnold Mill, all the way back past the fire station on Arnold Mill. Due to the already existing traffic problems, we propose that this development is not passed until construction should commence on new and sufficient parking is completed downtown. The site proposes an entry on both Arnold Mill and Dobbs Road. This seems unnecessary as there are various larger neighbourhoods in Woodstock that only have 1 entry and exit, including Haney Walk and Mason on Main. Dobbs Road is already extremely dangerous. It's narrow and has too much traffic. Dobbs Road also has high curbs, which makes navigating the roads dangerous. The proposed neighbourhood could serve as a cut-through for drivers from Dobbs to Arnold Mill and vice versa, which could add to congestion in the area and make surrounding streets even more dangerous. We also wanted to address the accuracy of the site plan. I noticed what's on screen now has been updated, but the previous version shared late last month by the developer on July 23rd actually referenced a development on Sixers Road in Holly Springs and not the site plan in question, as referenced in the materials on the website. This, to us, kind of questions the accuracy of the whole site plan. If the developer provides inaccurate information regarding the correct address of the site, how can we trust everything else that's in the plan as referenced here? And how can we ensure that the plan would be executed as laid out? Lastly, with regards to the site, it appears that approximately 7 of the 12 acres are essentially unusable, or vice versa. 7 of the 12 acres are usable, meaning that the density of the homes behind Haney Walk would actually be, approximately 8 homes per acre, and not 4 homes per acre. So significantly higher density, as we've previously discussed, and it's not exactly stepping down from light to nothing in between. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate your comments. And finally, online tonight, we have Rob Johnson. Oh, Mr. Johnson has his hand up. There we go. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you should be unmuted. Hello, sir. Mr. Johnson, are you there? Okay, We appear to not be receiving Mr. Johnson at the moment. We will try that back in a moment. All right. Did we have any speakers present in the chambers? Jamie, are you out there?
Any speakers? No, sir. No speakers tonight. No speakers in the chambers.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's get. Okay, Mr. Johnson, are you there? You're not muted. Your hand is up, but we're not hearing you. Now you're muted. Now you're unmuted. We're still not hearing you. Should we go to group? Yeah, let's, if we could, let's go over to Greg Wettig. Let's unmute him. He may have some.
Yes, this is Greg. I'm going to go over to Rob's house and maybe he can use my phone to access you.
Okay, I'm hoping you're close.
Oh, okay, I am. Hold on.
Okay.
Neighbors helping neighbors.
That's right. It's what Woodstock's all about, right there.
Indeed.
I'm going to mute Rob. We just heard from Greg's phone.
Yeah. Where'd Greg go? Here it is. Greg is.
How are you there, Greg?
Greg, are we there?
We lost Greg.
We lost Greg.
Maybe there's no service inside Rob's house.
Yeah.
Maybe he's switching.
Rob's house is a black hole.
Maybe he switched from wireless to cellular connection.
Yeah, it might be.
And dropped the audio stream.
Okay. Unfortunately, oh wait, there's Greg again. His hand is back up. Do you see Greg?
There's another Rob also.
Oh, and there's another Rob. Okay.
Greg, you can speak.
No, Greg is still muted. Go up to the top.
I'm okay now.
Oh, there we go.
I'm up.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, I got Rob here.
Okay.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Hi, good evening, folks. This is Rob.
Hi,
Johnson.
Rob.
Hi, yeah. Thanks for working through the technical difficulties with us. Yeah, and like Matt Robson said, we're a pretty tight community here, so glad Greg was able to help out. So my family and I reside at 446 Hathaway Avenue in Haney Walk, and one of the homes that's closest to the proposed development. Like all cities, Woodstock has developed regulation and ordinances to keep incompatible land separate from one another while minimizing the negative impact on one another. At the same time, maintaining and enhancing the value of existing and neighboring homes. And we here in Haney Walk feel that the current applicant is not in line with these positions. There's several variances that some of my neighbors have touched on previously. Only 3 housing types being proposed when 4 is required. One of those being the townhome. And the city, again, it was mentioned earlier, seems okay with allowing them as long as they're hidden. The view is hidden from existing streets. And I think Dobbs was mentioned before. However, I know we talked about potentially doing a site study, but I can tell you definitively from my deck, I would absolutely see these proposed homes. So I think us here in Haney Walk should be afforded the same consideration of keeping these homes out of our site like being offered to those on Dobbs. A couple other variances to call out is the stream buffers counting as part of the 20% open space and encroaching within 50 feet of the city stream. All of this, as well as the high density being proposed, seems to toe the line of putting as many properties and building as high density property as possible to apply or to align with the existing application. And I think it was Russ that mentioned previously that once you carve out the commercial property from the Dobbs, or the commercial area from the Dobbs property, you get a much higher number than 4 houses per acre, probably closer to 7 or 8. This is the developer, and this is their proposed plan. It requires many variances, and it's really designed specifically to construct more houses on this property that's allowed by current city ordinances regulations. So it seems a square peg, round hole type scenario, 4 pounds of stuff into a 2-pound box. So here in Haney Walk, we believe that while we do support the free market and the ability to develop, we just ask that it's in line with city ordinances and is like for like with our community here in Haney Walk, Woodstock, Knoll, and Dobbs Estates. Appreciate the time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Glad we were able to connect. Okay, that is our last speaker signed up for this evening. So we will close the public hearing portion. Mr. Huff, Mr. Smith, you have opportunity to address the questions that have been posed and offer any rebuttal.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, just briefly kind of respond to some of their questions and concerns. The staff's responsibility, your responsibility is to make the best decision for the city as a whole. And I understand there's specific concerns that relate to the folks that are on specifically back up on Hathaway, as you heard from the last 4 speakers. A couple things I want to mention, and I'm glad Mr. Elliott mentioned the sidewalks and pedestrian safety. One thing that I do think is very important to note is that we will have a street sidewalk structure throughout our neighborhood. It's a public street structure. Those sidewalks will be public. And so everyone can walk through it, and it would be a way to walk from Arnold Mill to Dobbs or vice versa as those areas develop with additional sidewalks and potential uses and subdivisions. That sidewalk structure is important. And if this were developed as a private commercial light industrial development, you wouldn't have internal street structure and sidewalks that would be open to the public. And if I could go to that slide that shows the buffer and the distances, I think it's a couple down from that.
Into the presentation. Going there.
And I mean, if you look at this, you've got 34 feet at the lowest point or the shortest point, and quickly 50 and up to 100 of tree line between their backyards and our property line. And you've got a wall that's going to be anywhere from 4 to 12 feet tall. As Mr. Smith said, the grade differential is 12 to 16 feet above our grade, above our home. So there's a couple ways you achieve separation. One is by grade differential, the other is distance, and the third is trees and such. And in this case, we've got all 3. And so I think that when you look at this and you realize the separation, and you also have to realize that when they acquired their properties, this property was zoned light industrial, but also was in a land use plan that anticipated up to 4 units to the acre. So this type of development should not have been a surprise to anybody. Or if it was developed light industrial, yeah, there would be a buffer along that back corner, but it would, there might be a buffer there, but you would have light industrial use. And that's where I come back to the point. Your decision has to be for the entire city. And when you look at this piece, it is a pretty key piece. When you look at, as the staff noted, this is a commuter route as you come in Arnold Mill, and Dobbs Road cuts off. And so this is a heavily traveled corridor. And this sets a standard for this area. And you're very comfortable and familiar with Windsong and their product and how they create the streetscapes that are attractive and inviting to the community. And this will set the standard, and the $400,000 and $500,000 price points will do nothing but enhance the property values for folks from here to downtown on Dobbs and Arnold Mill Road. So when you look at this decision, and I think when the staff did their evaluation and looked at the their recommendation for approval, they recognize this is not, I mean, I know that if they would love for us to have the same development as them, but you got to realize now our development is adjacent to general commercial and LI. So we're the transition piece, and Jeff Smith is a very, very talented engineer and designer. And those are different because engineers sometimes just look at numbers, but Jeff has a real ability to look at a piece of property and understand how it lays out and how it can work the best. And I think he's done a good job of creating a community that will set the tone for this quadrant and will be an asset to the entire city, and will be, when it is built, it will be noticeable that this corner is no longer the hodgepodge of stuff. It is now going to be a high-end quality residential development by a local company that you're very familiar with, and developed by a developer that has also done tremendous work in downtown. So I'm here to answer any questions you have. Jeff is also on the line that can answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, did you have anything to add?
No, thanks. I think Parks covered it. And I think the only thing I do want to kind of reiterate, I know there were some questions about engineering, and we are going to deal with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we'll make sure we get that permit. Of course, the city's going to review it. We'll finalize our design. We're confident in what we put together here, and we know we can build this. But any issues would be worked out. I think that's important. You know, that goes without saying. Anything that they have concerns with, engineering wise, will be designed by us, reviewed by the city. This will need to go to the Army Corps. They'll approve it as well. So I just want to kind of reiterate that we'll get all that taken care of.
Okay, thanks, sir. Renee, I see you're waiting. So
I found the hand button. I would like clarification on the buffers in place currently as the property is zoned.
Katie,
does anybody know?
Yeah, so it's currently zoned light industrial in the county, and I believe that what the speaker said was right, that it's a 35-foot buffer for light industrial zoning. So if somebody was to construct something new in the county in light industrial, I think they would have to leave a 30-foot buffer. And then if they were going to do something commercial, not in the downtown district and in our zoning, we also may have a buffer, but because, like, again, we've talked about, because they're asking for downtown, there wouldn't be a buffer requirement. But if this proposal, if this same applicant took the same proposal to the county and decided not to annex, based on what the county's comprehensive plan says about the density and that it's suburban living and neighborhood village, the county's comprehensive plan really does support the proposal. And so, you know, there's a good chance that that buffer wouldn't remain even if it stayed in the county, because they may be able to seek rezoning from LI and develop it residentially in the county. And then it would be residential against residential again. And you may not have a buffer, even though it would stay in the county. You still might not have a buffer, because buffers are really meant to be for opposing uses, like residential against commercial, for example.
Right. Okay.
Or sometimes residential against residential if the density is way different, like a huge apartment building and like a single family neighborhood. Those would require a buffer. But like outside downtown, between R1 and R2, there's no buffer requirement, because they're sort of similar.
Okay. And then sight lines, I know it's come up, and this may have already been answered, but I just want to hear it one more time. This property sits how much lower than Haney Walk?
So, and we're talking about our proposed grades here, because we're proposing to lower the alley. So if you look at the homes of some of the speakers, you know, their home, their finished floor of their house is going to be roughly 12 to 16 feet higher than the homes that we're showing closest to them. So the alley and the homes will sit 12 to 16 feet lower than their houses do.
Okay, what's the finished height on your product?
Gosh, well, it's 2 stories. I'd have to get with Windsong on that, but it's 2 stories. So the peak of the roof might be, gosh, I don't know, 24 feet. I'm guessing here. I'm not 100% sure, but 2 stories and then the peak of the roof, right? So
Right.
whatever that ends up being. But look, the truth is, the wall is not going to entirely hide the houses. That's not going to happen. It's going to help with the buffering. For example, since they are dropped down, say 12 feet, right? If somebody comes outside of their house on the ground level behind that wall, odds are they probably won't be able to see them if they're standing in their backyard. Now, I guess it depends where you're located along this wall and whatnot, but it adds a level of privacy that's there. But, certainly they're right. I mean, these homes will be visible to some degree. I mean, there is an existing buffer there that, is on the screen now. We can see, there is an existing buffer. But to say that they would never be able to see these homes, I just don't know that that's realistic. Look, it might be right. I don't know. But I think, yeah, they'd probably be able to see them to some degree, but they will be screened.
Okay. I'm just trying to give perspective, visual perspective.
Can I build off of that for a second, Renee?
I'm sorry?
Would you mind if I interject and build on that?
Oh, absolutely, please.
Okay. Jeff, if I could, so the retaining wall varies from, I believe you said, a low of 4 feet to a high of 12.
Correct.
And is that a consistent grade change?
Well, I can tell you that looking at this plan that you have up on your screen, by unit 20 is where the wall is roughly 12 feet. It's 10 to 12 feet right there. And as you go to the left towards unit 13, the wall is 4 feet high.
Perfect.
So
that's what I was looking for right there.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Because as I look at this and I'm looking at the buffers, we'll call it the deepest part of the development, the deepest units are going to be around 20, which is where the smallest buffer is. So right. Those homes will be lower at that point. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Sorry, Renee.
That's okay.
Did you have anything?
I mean, I think that's all I've got at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant or staff? Okay, I'm going to go to Janice if I could, and Janice, you may or may not have insight into this, but I know that one of the comments that was brought up in some of the written comments from residents dealt with Arnold Mill Road and potential future widening of Arnold Mill, and if we were accounting sufficiently for any additional right-of-way needs, thinking ahead. Can you comment on that?
Sure. Well, I think the county has some future use plan of that, but currently we have an intergovernmental agreement with Cherokee County, and the city of Woodstock actually maintains all of Arnold Mill Road up to Nice Road, and then with the potential roundabout at Dobbs Road, we just don't see the widening happening between Dobbs and Nice that the county has in their future plan. And the Public Works Department has reviewed the right-of-way that is shown on their development, and we feel that it is enough for what Arnold Mill Road will be.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Sure.
Any final call for questions from the commission? Oh, Renee?
Sorry, one more thing that I feel like needs to be addressed that we have looked at in other situations when we're looking at our density and our transitions. Katie, could you speak to the transition per our comprehensive plan, per our, our zoning, our goals, to transition, density from one use down to, other uses? Because you have put that visual in other presentations where we're doing this same step down density and zoning. And I feel like it would be really helpful. I wish we could have that visual again, but I feel like you could explain it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't do that for this one. I can make that illustration for council, certainly, but it is kind of the same idea. And like we talked about before, it's not so much stepping down intensity within this development itself, but this development compared to other developments in this case, because it's so small, But when you think about Dobbs Estates and Woodstock Knoll are kind of large lot, lower density. A little bit more intense is Haney Walk. It's, got slightly smaller lots than Woodstock Knoll, much smaller lots than Dobbs Estates. All the Dobbs Estates is way older. And just to also put it out there, something like Dobbs Estates and something with lots that large, like just probably wouldn't even ever be proposed today. But it does, that's kind of our starting point for the density, so it's the lower density, and those are the protected neighborhoods that are in our downtown code, DTVLR, downtown very low residential. That zoning district was when the downtown districts were created, that zoning district was meant to protect the oldest neighborhoods like Dobbs Estates, and not to protect them, but to describe them, to be zoned for only existing old neighborhoods. So we didn't really even anticipate zoning anything new VLR. But with the leading up to commercial, so going from, Woodstock Knoll to Haney Walk to this property to the Woodstock Woodworks, and then to Arnold Mill, and then to that other stuff that's on Arnold Mill, like where Reformation used to be, and the gymnastics place back there in the storage and the gas station. So all of those things are, like general commercial, kind of more intense uses. And this property where it is could represent a step down in density and intensity from that higher intensity commercial to the lower intensity residential, going to Haney Walk and then to Woodstock Knoll and Dobbs Estates, which is not a great description as much as an image is, but I think that's what you wanted me to describe.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Katie. Thanks, Renee.
And I think what Renee was saying also is that is specifically spelled out in our comprehensive plan, that our goal is to arrange our city like that, so that we've got transitioning between, from one use to another. We don't go from like high rise to Woodstock Knoll, we were trying to step things down and make the transitions less abrupt. Sorry, James.
No, that's good. All right, Jeff, can you come back online for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Want to go back to this topic of this retaining wall. There seems to be, I think, some confusion maybe for some of the residents. So let me pose two questions for you. First off, the 10-foot strip that's going to remain in Cherokee County, it's not part of the annexation. That property would still be owned by you as the applicant, correct?
Correct.
So it is your property, it's just in the county, not the city.
That's right, yes.
Okay, so now let's talk about the retaining wall and the tiebacks. If you could revisit the conversation that you had earlier about reducing the depth of the tieback by using GAB rather than dirt.
Right. That's right. So in a typical situation, right, you would backfill the wall with dirt. And in that situation, and again, I don't design walls, so I'm speaking in generalities here, just so you know. But generally speaking, your tiebacks are equal to the wall height. So in one of the situations that they did bring up where the wall is 12 feet, however, it's only 10 feet from the property line, right? That tieback, if we did a standard tieback backfilled with dirt, would go over that property line by 2 feet. We know we can't do that, and so we're not going to do that. The option is if you backfill the wall in that section with GAB, which is essentially stone, a compacted stone. The stone offers additional support that allows you to cut the tiebacks in half. So instead of 12 feet, you could do it in 6 feet. And if that is the wall that we ultimately decide to build, that's how you could handle that situation without encroaching into their property. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And then finally, I haven't seen it, and admittedly, I could have missed it. Like you, I look at a lot of plans. But I didn't see anything showing critical root zones along the property line. Did I miss that, or have you done that yet?
We don't have that located yet. Normally, locating the trees is something that we do at a later date. And, I'm sitting here and I wonder if we've already done an arborist report. Sometimes we'll do an arborist report in advance, but yeah, I mean, that's something that we would address, during the design phase. We don't design the plan. We have a landscape architect actually who lives in Woodstock, Melissa Castile, who will do that for us. But yeah, that's certainly something that we take into account, is looking at any trees that would be on their property that we potentially would encroach into. And if there is a situation that arises that our proposal does, I mean, that's something that we have to look at.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any final questions from the commission? Final call. All right, I'm seeing none. So, members of the Planning Commission, this item now stands before you awaiting a motion. What is your pleasure?
James, I got a motion, and you tell me if this is correct or not after I word this.
Okay.
Or if this is allowed, I guess is a better way to say it. A motion to annex, accept, rezone as DTLR and DTGC with the same boundary lines as staff agreed with, and have applicant resubmit plan with that zoning.
Okay. So you're keeping, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're trying to do. So rather than the DTGC and DTMRA that staff has recommended, you want to go back to the DTLR and the DTGC. You're okay with the other conditions and the variances?
The conditions, the way I understand it, conditions wouldn't be applicable, correct? If it was a different zoning?
Are you saying you want to table the case and have them come back with a plan that represents GC and LR, Brandon?
Maybe that's a better way to put it, yeah, potentially.
I
guess what I'm saying is I'm not okay with it being rezoned as DT MRA.
Like you don't want the townhomes?
I don't think DT MRA fits in with that.
Oh,
zoning.
you want the different zoning. I got it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
James?
So you tell me the better way to do that. If it's better, easier to or more procedurally correct to ask to table and come back with a plan with that proposal, or is it? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm asking. What's the best way to
let
say
me go
that?
to Katie for a moment, because just purely procedurally, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. From a practical standpoint, and thinking about the variances that have been requested and whatnot, Katie, is there anything that is, what are we missing here, basically? Because I feel like if we're not really addressing any of those variances, and I feel like there's some that need to be.
Right. So, I mean, I think it depends on kind of where you're why you want to zone to LR. Is it because of purely the density? I don't know. So it's kind of unusual to ask the applicant to come back with a specific plan for something different specifically at this point in the process. Because usually they're like, this is our proposal and either you vote yes or no, or change conditions or something, but asking for a different, I'm not really sure how to proceed. Maybe Brent.
I guess the idea that the issue is, when you explained it, DTMRA or DTLR was the better fit here, is the way you describe it.
Well,
DTMRA was being used because it fits the developer's plan essentially. And if you look at the zoning map, to your own point of the step down of going from, you said Woodstock Knoll to Haney Walk, for example, LR, VLR, et cetera. LR seems the logical one to go there, and DTMRA. I mean, I'm looking at the zoning map. RO or MRA is not really. I mean, just in general, obviously, it doesn't really fit in those areas and anywhere else in the outskirts like that. If that makes sense.
Katie, let me try this. As I understand what you've presented, DTLR would account for the development, but for the attached product, the town.
Right.
So,
Katie, I guess all the conditions, are they irrespective of the zoning, I guess? Is that a good question?
Yeah, so except for the site plan specificity, because that has the townhomes on it. So if you could accept all the conditions and DTLR, but the condition we would have a problem with is the condition number 1, which allows the townhomes, the conditional use permit, and ties to the site plan that has the townhomes on it in that layout. Okay. The only difference between MRA and LR, the differences that we looked at and why we chose, is because townhomes are allowed in MRA. MRA allows a much higher density at 9 units per acre, but it's not needed for what they've proposed. They've only proposed 4, which is appropriate for LR. So,
and there's also min lot size. I don't know if that affects it, right?
I'm sorry?
According to the chart here, there's the min lot size too. I don't know if that affects, how that affects. I mean,
it is.
I don't know all the differences, to be honest with you. I'm just looking purely from a zoning perspective here.
Yeah, the minimum lot size is different too. I need to look back and remember what it is.
Which that could be addressed if the minimum lot size is your bigger concern.
The bigger concern is we're putting a zoning area to fit a development versus what I think a zoning, just from a big picture perspective, what fits there per the staff's own words.
Okay. All right, so then Katie, based on that, if Brandon were to go forward with the motion for DTGC and DTLR with staff recommended conditions, striking condition 1, I think, and I'm kind of speaking mainly to you and Brandon right now, does that get him where it appears he's trying to go? And Brandon, I'm hoping I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go.
I'm okay with I think all the condition except for the CUP one. I'm okay for all the conditions, for just conditions. But the zoning issue for me was purely where a zoning fits in terms of the future use plan, which is suburban living employment village, and then also the current zoning around it, go from VLR to LR versus just DTMRA right there. That's but yes, I think James, I think that makes sense. I just didn't know if those conditions all were still applicable given if you rezone it to something else.
I think they are all still applicable, and I think that what it would amount to is LR without the condition number 1, and it's got a 3,500 square foot minimum lot size. And I believe for the detached lots on this plan that they've got here are around 5,000 square feet. So I think it would fit that. So I think your recommendation would amount to just the plan as detached with no townhomes is what it seems. Brantley, do you have something to offer? I saw you walk up there. Unless you don't want to, that's okay too.
No, I'll add my 2 cents. I would just say that, as you can see, when the applicant applies and when staff makes a recommendation, there's a lot of man hours and time that go into the recommendation. And so, moving from one zone to another, especially in the downtown code, can sometimes bring a lot of unintended consequences, because we have to see what the ramifications are through the entire project when you go from one zone to the other. So I would just suggest that either, and the applicant may disagree and they're free to, but if you want to explore a new zone, I think the case probably should be tabled so that we can explore that zone, the ramifications, the marketability, the applicant's willingness to continue to pursue the project. Or if you can't support it, then, obviously deny is a possibility. But I would caution you to be careful, because when we start skipping from one zone to the other, there's a lot more to it than just the kind of the overarching zoning district itself. There's other things that come into play. So we're glad to explore that, but it may be hard to do that on the fly tonight.
No, that makes perfect sense.
There may be something I'm forgetting. I'm sure
that makes perfect sense, and I wouldn't want to do that either. It makes perfect sense.
The other thing, Brandon, that I just want to offer, if you don't mind, real quick, is that with an annexation, because there's no existing zoning, they have to choose the zoning. And so most of the time they do choose the zoning that goes with their preferred plan. So that's not entirely out of the ordinary. But, I appreciate what you said about stepping down from VLR to LR. And I just want you to know that when we recommended MRA, it was not so that they could get a smaller lot size or increased density, except for townhomes as a smaller lot size. But it was just so that we could, because we couldn't really see a reason not to approve the CUP. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. With the annexation, we get a lot of, most of the time the zoning request is like, what fits my project best. So I wouldn't necessarily want to punish them for that, but we definitely do want to have the right zoning in the right place, for sure.
Understand.
Okay, so Brandon, with all of that, what would you like to do?
Open my big mouth, right? No, okay. Well, given that, my motion at least then would be to table this and have the applicant come back with something fitting the, I guess, DTLR and DTGC, like I mentioned before.
And have staff look at that, okay?
And have staff review as applicable, would be my motion.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, I do not hear a second, so the motion to table dies for lack of a second. The floor remains open for a motion.
Make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Okay, motion to approve as per staff recommendation and conditions. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion from Renee and a second from Rod. The floor is open for discussion. Renee, the floor is yours.
I'm comfortable with the product type. I understand the concerns of the adjoining neighborhoods. I feel that in such a small development, it's not going to be as large of an impact as it may seem. I think it's an excellent infill project for an area that desperately needs this development. I love the connectivity between Arnold Mill and Dobbs. That's what we want. That is part of our comprehensive plan. I love the trail on Arnold Mill Road. That is what we want. That is part of our comprehensive plan and our trail system. So and it's accomplishing what we want with commercial on the Arnold Mill side, but residential on the Dobbs side. It's step down transitioning housing. The product is going to be fabulous. So it's not going to, I mean, it's just going to do exactly what we want, which is to enhance what we're doing in Woodstock. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Rod, you have the second. Floor is yours if you'd like it, sir.
I would agree with Renee. I think the product is there. I also think that based on the height of what's behind this project, I don't think that it's going to have this huge impact. And I can appreciate, you know, property boundaries and things like that, but I just don't think it's going to have that you look out your window and, you know, you have this monstrosity out there. I like the way it's been put together. Pretty well detailed. There's still some things that need to be handled, but I would have to agree with Renee's conclusion on this.
Okay, thanks, sir. Brandon, any comment?
Well, I mean, I already gave my points, I think, earlier for one part. I guess just looking at this, the variances conditions I'm okay with. I guess obviously the big things was what we're zoning it to. It doesn't really fit what I thought is suburban living in terms of what it says is traditional neighborhood development, larger lot sizes. I know it can be interpreted different ways, so I get that. I've already given my case about the zoning areas we're talking about. And then as far as the CUP itself, I guess for the townhomes, I mean, I only saw, looking through the criteria we evaluate, one or two that it really fits. It just didn't fit the criteria. I'm not going to go through all the questions. You've seen in the agenda packet when I looked at it. Yeah, it just didn't fit in that, the step down that we're talking about. This is just too far out for, I think, for that CUP. That's my point, though.
Okay, thanks, sir. Deborah, any comments?
No, I'm just agreeing with Rod and Renee on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, coming into tonight, I spent a lot of time on this particular case over the past couple of months. And I know that the neighbors, especially in Haney Walk, did as well. Very clear that the residents did a lot of homework, spent a lot of time on this. I think they articulated their case very well. As I look at this particular piece of property, you know, is this design what I would most like to see on the site? No, it's not the design that I would like to see. The product makes sense to me. You know, I personally would prefer to see, you know, placing the detached units in closer proximity to Haney Walk and Dobbs and moving the townhomes internal more. That being said, simply because you put townhomes near detached, I know that some feel or have a perception that that is deleterious to the home values of the existing properties. But what we have seen time and again, not just here, but in other communities, is that if it's designed well, if the product is built well, and if it's a quality product, that's simply not what happens. You know, I get comfort from the fact that Windsong is going to be the builder on this. We've had experience with them. We've seen their product come out of the ground. We've seen those property values climb very quickly as they sell, and we've seen positive impacts to the neighborhoods surrounding. With respect to traffic, you know, this development is not so large that it's going to have that type of impact. If we were talking 100, you know, 100, 150, 200 units, then yes, you start looking at what those direct impacts are and you know, what alterations may be needed on the immediately adjacent road infrastructure. But for something like this, the traffic issues that exist on Arnold Mill and Dobbs, they exist. And it's, you know, this development is not going to have a measurable impact on what's going on out there. Finally, I think about what could be on this site. It is a county site. It is zoned light industrial. A lot of things could be placed on that property that would have a larger negative impact on the community. And the applicant made the comment that, and rightly so, that our duty is first and foremost to the community at large. Secondly, to the neighborhoods adjoining. We have to think about the community at large. But in this case, when I think about that light industrial zone property and what could go there, if we take that off the table through this annexation and rezoning, if we take that off the table, leveraging what a quality builder and developer can bring to the table, we are protecting both the larger community and the adjoining neighbors. I recognize that this is not exactly what they would prefer. But it is still better than what could be. And, you know, I speak all the time about not settling. Don't settle for things. Don't rush a decision. Sometimes it's okay to say no and wait and see what happens. But when when a good development comes along, when a good developer comes along, and you have the opportunity to block something that could be negative, sometimes it's the right time to act. So all that being said, I'll call for the vote. So we'll begin with Mr. Williams. Yes or no on the motion to recommend approval with staff conditions?
No.
Okay. Deborah, yes or no?
Yes.
Renee, yes or no?
Yes.
Rod, yes or no?
Yes.
And the chair will likewise vote yes. So that will pass 4-1. No, 5-1. No, 4-1. Yeah, 4-1. And we'll go to City Council with our recommendation for approval. To the residents, thank you for your participation. You brought a lot to the table. I know right now you may feel like you weren't heard. You very much were. And I think that the development that has been proposed reflects some of what your comments were and what your concerns were, but follow this through to City Council because they do have the final say. Continue your efforts, prepare for that meeting. I will remind you, City Council works a little differently. Where we do 3 minutes per speaker, City Council does a total of 15 minutes per side. So you want to prepare yourself for that. With that being said, we will close this item and we will move on to V175-20, Savant Parking Lot Variance. Now, why? You're still out there.
Still here. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. This is V175-20. You'll go to the next slide, please, Steve. Thanks. So Lee Heisman with Savant has applied for one variance at 260 Heritage Walk. So here's just some general information about the property. And if Steve, if you'll go to the next slide, you'll see the zoning map here. So this parcel is within the Heritage Walk Office Park, which is located on the south side of 92. You can see, I put a couple of identifiers on there just so you can see that it's behind the Chick-fil-A on 92. There's an office park back in there. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Thanks. So Savant has 3 buildings back in here with a total of 32,000 square feet. As you can see, I've identified these 3 properties. You've got 220, 250, and 301. We first met with Lee back in January of this year, and at that time they had about 130 employees between the 3 buildings, and they have plans to employ another 35, 40 employees over the next couple of years. As you can kind of see in this aerial, actually, along Heritage Walk in front of building 220, which is the one on the highlighted in yellow to the left of your screen, you've got cars that park along Heritage Walk, and at times you get cars parking up and down both sides of the street. And so they came to us with the concern that this is a, this could be a public safety hazard if there was some kind of emergency in the office park and there were all these cars parked along both sides of the street. Heritage Walk was not designed to have parking along both sides of the street. So having cars parked along here could be, like I said, a hazard if there was an emergency situation. And so when Savant purchased the 250 building, which is the middle yellow property, they also purchased the adjacent lot, which is 260, and it's highlighted in red. And their hopes there was to create additional parking for their businesses. So they came in and met with us, and we went over their ideas and everything. We felt they began the site plan process as well, but then we felt that a variance would be needed in order to increase the number of parking spaces above the maximum that is allowed by code. So if you'll go to the next slide. Here I've provided you a table that shows the 3 buildings, their existing square footage and existing number of parking spaces, both required parking and what's provided. A professional office is required to provide 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. And as we've talked about in other cases, our code does allow a 10% allowance over that minimum number. So again, with the 3 buildings, there's a total of 32,000 square feet and 102 existing parking spaces. So like I mentioned before, earlier this year, they had 130 employees with 102 parking spaces. And at the public input meeting, we did hear from other tenants within Heritage Walk who expressed the same concern that, when they're operating at full capacity, they have employees, clients, patients, guests, all that parking along Heritage Walk. So it becomes an unsafe, a hazardous situation. So in order to accommodate their existing employees as well as anticipated growth, they are requesting a variance in order to construct a parking lot with 53 additional parking spaces. When we first met with them and looked at the site plan, we talked about the sustainability measures that we have in our code. And so the applicant, we've worked with their engineer, and they're proposing to do all of the spaces in concrete. You can see the site plan at the left corner here of your screen. So the concrete does meet the specification for light colored pavement in 7.520, which talks about sustainability options. And when you look at the calculation across all of the properties, again, our code requires 3 spaces per 1,000, and they're proposing 4.84 with the additional lot here. So staff is recommending approval of the applicant's variance request. It's been discussed previously that we do have, intentionally, we have low maximums so that we can avoid, large parkings along streets, but we felt that this additional off-street parking in this office park would help with public safety along Heritage Walk. You're getting cars off the street and parking in a dedicated lot, not blocking the roadway. Also, utilizing the light colored pavement and meeting the tree island requirements and landscaping requirements will help offset the heat island effect that could happen with a large parking lot. Something else that staff talked about, looking at this from an economic development perspective, business attraction and retention is one of the 3 focus areas that we have in our economic development strategy or program of work, and as well looking at our comprehensive plan as it relates to economic development. We do have a policy to accommodate growth, and there's a guiding principle within that section that talks about encouraging office, commercial, and light industrial employment opportunities in appropriate locations. So staff felt that this was an appropriate location. It's within an existing office park. The need is there. And we felt that granting this variance with conditions that I'll show you on the next screen, and allowing the construction of the parking supports economic development and business retention. So if you'll go to the next screen or next slide for me, Steve. So DPC met and our staff committee voted to recommend approval of the variance request with the condition a maximum of 53 parking spaces shall be allowed as shown on the plan. Parking spaces shall be constructed with light colored pavement as shown, and the applicant shall provide proof of cross-access easements. And that easement requirement there is just tying this parking lot to the 3 properties, making sure that we have proper access across those properties. So that's where my presentation is over, but I do have Lee Heisman with Savant on. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'd be happy to turn it over to Lee.
Okay, thank you, Noana. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, we will move on to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Lee Heisman. I'm the owner of Savant. I think Noana did you guys can all hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Just to have the earbuds in, I'm sorry. I think Noana did a stellar job. I've met with the staff many times. I don't have much to add other than we are one of those very fortunate businesses during this pandemic that we've actually been growing. We're a technology firm. So most of the businesses that we support actually need the service more than ever. We're fortunate to say that we have hired this week alone 6 new employees, and we have another 7 that will be hired most likely before the end of this month. So it looks like we're on track for that number, Noana, that we spoke of before the end of the year. There was a picture that Noana had posted where you could see our lots were full and some of our staff were parking on the streets. And that's at a time right now where we're only operating at 80%. We're doing some rotations at the offices simply because of the pandemic, where we're not trying to have all staff in their offices at the same time. So even operating at 80% and knowing that we have new staff coming in, this is definitely a need that I think we've been working on, you're right, since January. So the sooner the better if it's approved, of course.
Okay, thanks, sir. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Hey, Lee, Brandon Williams. That 30-foot uninstructed buffer, is that just trees or brush or like shrubs, or do you have any idea on the south part of the drawing, the plat there?
Sure, great question. Would you mind putting that up? So I know we have a few trees already there, and I think part Noana, and again, Brandon, I'll do my best, but I'm not the engineer, and I think there were some requirements for trees and buffers. There we go. As you can look at the picture at the bottom there, you're going to see there's trees there, and I think part of the requirements, Brandon, and bear with me as I do my best, is not only are we going to be doing those islands with trees, but we're also adding bushes and shrubbery to add in for the sustainability component. And if you have the opportunity to drive down our street, and I think, Noana, you had the pleasure of doing that, and I heard from the staff, we take a lot of pride in our buildings, and we welcome anybody to come down the street to see what we've done with our buildings, the signage, the professional landscaping. So we plan to do the exact same thing because it's really an extension of our buildings. So it has to maintain that same integrity.
Okay. And then obviously for public safety it seems one of the biggest reasons here for this. And so people aren't parking on the street like you're talking about, and employees or clients or customers or whatever, but is the parking lot just for your 3 office buildings, or other tenants and other offices around there on Heritage Walk? Are they going to be allowed to park in there? Are you to control that or no? Or
great question. Yes. So we plan on controlling everything and having assigned spaces. Our first and immediate need is to get those cars, as you can see as a small example, to get those cars off the street. And it isn't so much for other vehicles. It's just, as you said, for fire trucks or things of that nature. If we end up having any additional spaces, I know a lot of the neighbors in the area that I am 100% open to offering spaces if people need them, but it's going to be a controlled environment. I have a staff member who manages my buildings, and these will be assigned parking lots for not only our buildings primarily, but if there is any left over, Brandon, how could I be a good neighbor and not offer them to our surrounding neighbors? I mean, we had a lot of neighbors come out at that event supporting the parking lots. So maybe they came out, Brandon, to be nice, so I'd save them a spot or two, right? I'm joking, but on a serious note, I'm not going to turn people away, right? I mean, we need to use them primarily to get the cars off the road. And then as the dust settles, and as I said, we're adding staff consistently. So if I have a need from additional neighbors that need a few spots, how would I turn my back on them? I would never do that, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for the applicant?
I have one question.
Go ahead, Renee.
Lee, how are you going to control that parking?
Sure. Luke Hudson is my, oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, good. Luke, I have two staff members on site. They actually maintain all of my buildings, and they're between my 3 buildings on a daily basis. I mean, simple things. And may I speak to you? May I say, Renee?
Yes, please.
Oh, good. So Renee, having 3 buildings, I'm very fortunate. I would never have purchased these buildings for my business if they were not in this kind of proximity. If someone had to drive down the street or it was a half a mile away. So there's a very nice luxury that my property manager, Luke, and Jimmy can actually walk between buildings, just simply as fixing a light bulb or things of that nature. So we plan on marking the spots with numbers, of course, numerically marking the spots with numbers. We know that any of our staff, we would be putting and allocating parking license plates, of course, that we manage who's going into which spot. So it's really the same the way that we manage the buildings. We need to manage each of those spots exactly the same. There was a funny joke, Renee, where we planned on booting people that shouldn't be there. I don't know if you've ever been booted. It's not a good experience.
I have, and it sucks.
It does. It does. I don't want to do that. We will have signage. And again, as I say, please come down our street. You'll see that we've invested a lot of money into our.
I've been on your street.
Oh, I hope what I'm saying is validated, that we've invested a lot of money in our signage and our logo, of course. And we plan to put another sign here talking about Savant parking. And if needed, please contact this number if someone needed to use the spot, of course. We don't want to turn our backs on our neighbors, but it would be, say that there was, for example, say there was 10 extra spots after we used everything. And again, I don't know where that dust is going to settle. Then we would hold 10 spots open for neighbors that might have needed that at that time, and obviously speak to our neighbors first. So I have staff that manages the buildings, and they plan to be doing the same management of the parking.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you this question is that I know that there is a methadone clinic in that area that has a lot of activity.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah. So my question, I don't know, how you're going to manage protecting. I don't know if you're going to put up a gate. I don't know if you're going to charge money.
Great question. So if you look at 301, I have an opportunity in my staff. The methadone clinic, if you look at that picture, if you look at 301 and you go to the left, not the building next to us, but it's the building, not the 2 buildings after, it's the building right next to 260. And let's simply say we have a lot of experience working with the managers of the methadone clinic. Their staff is usually there from 7:30 in the morning with a line of people till about noon. Once noon comes, there isn't much activity there. So we have a very good relationship with the people that work out of the methadone clinic. And usually they're just parked in that lot waiting to receive their medication. And then they're out the door very quickly. So there is not what I've seen in my experience, Renee, because we've been here for many years, is there isn't cars sitting there for an extended period of time. Most of the people needing that methadone, they're usually coming in and getting out very quickly. They just need to grab their medication at that moment.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're planning on charging, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, because these are for our spots, we had no intention of charging originally, but if I had other neighbors and we had some available spots, I'm completely open to someone reserving a spot per se, and if they wanted to pay something on a monthly basis. But I hadn't gone that far in my mind because the urgency was simply to get the immediate cars off the road. And if I used all 53 spots, then great, we've done our job, right? We've minimized any exposure.
Do you feel like by putting in concrete, you're setting the stage for future building development, or is that?
So I think it's much less expensive to put in. Again, I'm not the gentleman Jeff before. I'm not that, I'm not a builder, of course. I would love to put GAB down. It's very inexpensive. There'd be a much better way. But I think Nawana and the team has spent the time with maintaining the sustainability and helping us get to that 53 number. So putting the light colored concrete, I know it's going to look a lot better. I know it's a lot more expensive, but I've been requested by Nuwana and the team to do that. So I was just accommodating their request.
Yeah, I'm just asking, do you plan on do you think you'll ever develop that and build a building there?
Oh gosh, no, I had no intention of that. When we purchased from Atlantic Communities, that they had the 250 building at one point, we were fortunate to get that, and I immediately bought the property next door with this intention, knowing parking is a commodity. One of my mentors, I heard the name Windsong, Mark Carruth, is an exceptional individual. I purchased my first building from Mark. He owned 301 and then owned 220. And Mark has been my mentor for real estate ever since I met him many years ago. And he said, you're going to find out in building that parking is your biggest commodity because you're never going to have enough of it. And he taught me that a long time ago. So when I purchased 250, I ended up overpaying for this open lot at 260 with the intention in my mind that I'm not going to have enough parking. I could have probably sold it for twice as much than I bought it for if somebody wanted to develop a building. But selfishly, I have all of these people in these buildings and I have no parking for them. And it's kind of spiraling out of control. Okay. I hope that's a fair answer.
Yeah, I was just curious more than anything. So.
I'm figuring it out as I go, Renee. So be clear. Okay. I'm just trying to get everybody off the road.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions from the commission?
Hi, Lee. Nice to meet you. Have you got any plans for any additional lighting, anything like that going in?
Yeah, so I've worked intimately with Duncan. I think it's Duncan. My apologies, but Georgia Power has already run their cabling under there. I told them not to do anything at this point, but we already have in the plans, as you can see, they already have run wire underground to prepare for all of the lighting fixtures that are there.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Any remaining questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. I don't believe we had anyone signed up to speak.
No one signed up.
Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Okay, so that's the staff recommendation to approve the variance request with the conditions as outlined, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Renee, a second from Deborah. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, we will move on to voting. Brandon, yes or no?
Yes.
Deborah, yes or no?
Yes.
Renee, yes or no?
Yes.
Rod, yes or no?
Yes.
And chair also votes yes. That vote is unanimous. And we'll move on to city council with the recommendation for approval. Lee, thank you for your investment in our community. And good luck on continued growth and success, my friend.
Guys, thank you very much. Can I make one statement to the board?
Certainly.
You know, I've been here for many, many years, of course, and I continue to provide for the community, and I'll do everything in my power to do so. I tip my hat to you guys. I sat on the first 2.5 hours and I watched what you guys have to do. And I am very proud to be a part of this community because you guys are awesome, patience of saints. I don't know how you do it. And I hope each of you were to stay in touch with me in the future. I'll do anything.
Thank you, sir. We do appreciate it. Have a great night.
Guys, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, before we move to the next case, I believe Mr. Hacker is joining us. So, David, are you on the...
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We will now move on to our next case, which is A107-20BJAS and Lewis Annexation Culvers. Mr. Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Planning Commission. Appreciate this opportunity to present to you tonight from the chambers. This is a very straightforward case, and I'm going to try to be as concise as I can and be happy to take any questions. The applicant's here tonight, here in the chambers with me, actually. Next slide, please. There we go. So as you said, Mr. Chairman, the applicant tonight, BJAS and Lewis LLC, doing business as Culver's, is the applicant, represented by Mr. Adam Rosen, as I said, is here in the chambers tonight, and Mr. Bill Lewis, the franchisee, is also here with us tonight. This is in Ward 3. It's property known as the Stellan Crow property on the corner of Highway 92 and Nice Road. Parcel numbers are in the presentation. 11797 and 11799 Highway 92 for the record. This project, this Culver's Restaurant, is actually a project that has been underway with Cherokee County. Site plans filed back in May and been in process. The applicant is going to be on city water and sewer. He's also working with us on access on Nice Road, as the city would issue the permit for Nice Road access. So in the course of our conversation with the project, the applicant, the owner, Mr. Lewis, decided to work with the city and annex in. So we've been working with him on that, and it'll be a new commercial project in the city. So he filed site plans with us in July. We're trying to work with him to deliver his project to construction this fall. He can talk more about that and more about the needs in the presentation. But needless to say, in the interest of economic development, in the interest of our annexation policy, we're working with this business to move him forward and succeed here in the city of Woodstock. And to that end, the DPC did meet on this project and voted to approve it with conditions upon effective upon annexation. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm in here trying to flip slides like it's the old days. Sorry about that. Again, the location, the corner of Highway 92 and Nice Road, surrounded pretty much the only area left in this quadrant of Nice Road 92. The adjacent property today is zoned R1. If you recall, in the past, that property has been zoned senior living. We do have a case in the pipeline right now that you'll hear in September that is from a company called Drever, and they are proposing a senior living development adjacent to this project. And so that commercial multifamily is in the pipeline right now, senior multifamily, I should say. And just FYI, that just wanted to give you a heads up that that's in process. And so this is the general location. I think everybody's probably pretty familiar with it. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Mr. Lewis and his engineer, Bill Carter, are in the plan review pipeline right now. Actually, they're in the second round of reviews with us, that the city staff is reviewing the site plan. What he's proposing largely is consistent with two other locations that Cherokee County has approved in the past, one in Hickory Flat and the other one on on 92 at I-75. And he can speak more to, and Mr. Rosen can speak more to some details around the request that they have tonight. And I'll briefly go over that along with the conditions in just a minute. But as I said, it's an opportunity, I think, for the city to be able to work with the owner to bring the business into the city, continue to expand our tax base, and have a great owner and a corporate citizen here in the city. Next slide, please. And so just briefly kind of going over our annexation policy that the city council adopted as part of the council policy manual in 700-1. We do believe that the proposal meets at least 5 of the 6 objectives, and will probably meet the 3rd if it happened to be between Highway 92 and Cobb County. But it's on the other side of Highway 92. And so we do believe it'll begin to consolidate the area. We do believe, and of course the city's already serving this area right now. Public safety serves this area. And we do believe it aligns with our growth aspirations as well as our economic development goals. Additionally, the project is aligned with the comprehensive plan of the city of Woodstock. It's a community village center designation. And so this kind of a business that would support and be part of the community and the immediate neighborhood is definitely compatible with the comprehensive plan. Again, the project will also begin to benefit the tax digest. We talked about that with regard to the residential commercial split. And so it will begin to improve that as well, or enhance that, I should say. Next slide, please. And not to belabor it, but as you know, in the policy, there are a lot of decision factors that go into whether or not the council determines an annexation will be approved or not. Not all of these items would be part of that decision, but these are factors that they consider certainly. Again, positive fiscal impact, unincorporated property, already receiving city services, opportunity for positive long-term growth. Also with this one, the public improvements part can't be overlooked. You know, we're working with them on some additional right-of-way on Nice Road to enhance Nice Road and continue to improve it. They're generously working with us on that. Also, they're going to be part of our water and sewer system, which is always a positive thing. And so we feel like it meets many, if not all, of the goals of the council policy manual annexation policy. Next slide, please. Just to kind of look at the site plan again, we can come back to it later and reference it if need be. And I'm going to go ahead and get into some of the part of the request, and then I'm going to get into the conditions that may reference some of these exhibits I'm about to show you, but I wanted to show you the exhibits first. Next slide, please. So the architecture that's proposed for the building, these are the elevations. These were also in the agenda packet, and so they've provided basically all sides of the building on this and the following page. The elevations that have been presented are consistent with, like I said, the Highway 92 and I-75 store that's been approved. The applicant, when we started working with him, indicated, and he can talk more to this, that he was going to be pursuing some architectural variances with the county. The county does have a new overlay on Highway 92, and of course the city has the long-standing Parkway overlay, and which typically requires 80% stone or brick on three sides. This particular elevation does not quite hit the 60% mark with the stone that's being provided and the EFS as well. I believe the stone is hitting about 60%, but don't quote me on that. There again, having said that, the annexation process kind of presents the opportunity for someone to come in almost with a clean slate and build their project from the ground up. And that's an opportunity I think he has before him with working with the city, seeing as he was going to be pursuing these variances in the county, and the county would have weighed the decision on whether or not to approve this and the other parts of the project that he's requesting. So I say all that to say is the annexation process is kind of a unique opportunity for somebody to come in and work with the city to achieve the goals they're trying to achieve. And so this is the elevation. Next slide, please. And this other elevation is also accompanying the first one in the rear. And we can go over this in a little bit more detail. I just want to get through this part so we can get in the Q&A and the applicant can present. But this rear elevation faces north. The left elevation faces west, I believe. Could you go back up a slide a second? I'm sorry. There we go. The front elevation faces Highway 92. The right side is the west side. Next slide, please. There we go. That's right. The left side is the Nice Road side, and the rear side is the north side. So now I have it straight. Sorry about that. Next slide. And along with this, and this is not uncommon, we've seen this with so many applications, I'm starting to lose track. The applicant does have a sign package that he submitted to accompany this. We have reviewed the sign package, both against the city's code as well as the county code, just for clarity. And some of these signs are not really, don't rise to the level of requiring a permit, but they went ahead and gave us all of the signs that they seek to place. Next slide, please. And so you'll be able to see, I've given you an abbreviated version tonight, but in the packet I included the entire version of the sign package, and the applicant, of course, can speak to it as well. But this overview kind of gives you an idea of all the signs, both street signs or signs, freestanding signs by the street, as well as building signs and incidental signs, and all of the smaller signs that end up being installed on a project like this that aren't necessarily permitted by the city, but will be part of the overall project. Next slide, please. And so as far as the building signs go, we reviewed these building signs and we've actually found them to be compliant with the city code. So they're acceptable to be permitted now once the structure is built under the city code. Next slide, please. This sign and the next slide, the sign on the next slide are, in fact, going to the next slide real quick, if you don't mind. Okay, so these two signs are identical. One is slightly smaller than the other. The smaller one will actually front Nice Road. The larger one will front Highway 92. The smaller one is 105 square feet, which includes the base. The other one is 152 square feet, the larger one. Could you go back up a slide, please? Thank you. Typically, a freestanding business in Woodstock would be limited to 80 square feet for a freestanding sign, although they would be entitled to 2 freestanding signs since they're on a corner. They also be entitled to the electronic signs that are on both signs, which are 20% of the overall copy area. And so the electronic signs are meeting the 20% requirement today. We looked at the Cherokee County Code. Cherokee has not long ago adopted a new overlay for 92, and it looks like they would be down to 50 square feet, but under their original code or their current code, less the overlay, they would be around 120 square feet, it looks like. And I'll just go ahead and tell you, there's some apples to oranges with that as well, because copy area and how copy area defined is a factor as well. But I say all that to tell you that, as we've seen with a lot of projects that have branding requirements and have certain needs, a lot of times a sign package will accompany that. And that's not unusual for an applicant to come in and ask for a variance for signs because of the brand demand and the franchise demand. And so that's really what we have here tonight. And the applicant can speak more to that as well. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I included in the packet a memo to you, kind of giving you an overview of the project. As I indicated in the memo, we believe that it does meet the annexation policy adopted by City Council. We are working with the applicant to deliver the project to construction expeditiously. We do believe it meets the comprehensive plan vision for the city, Community Village Center. And we do believe that it meets quite a few goals in the comprehensive plan, especially along the lines of economic development. And so next slide, please. And so along those lines, we did recommend approval. And now it is zoned general commercial in Cherokee County, so it is entitled today in Cherokee County to be built. And so it would rezone into the city to general commercial in the city of Woodstock upon annexation with these conditions. And we've recommended these conditions. They were in the packet. I'll go through them now briefly, but number one, we've recommended with the Parkway Overlay District. The Parkway Overlay District we have today is largely going to be moved for this project because we're about, in the next condition, I'll explain why, we're recommending it be site-specific approved. So the Parkway Overlay, as you know, in an overlay, you add additional zoning requirements on top of an underlying zone. And so in this case, it would be Parkway Overlay over general commercial. But the applicant is asking to be zoned or needs to be zoned site plan specific because they have a specific project they want to build. So the best of the overlay should be included in the project, and staff has reviewed it with the overlay. And we really feel that the electronic signage requirements, which are tied back to the overlay, you have to be on the Highway 92 overlay to be eligible for those electronic signs, should be included. And then the front yard elements, we know the front yard elements always play a big part on the Highway 92 projects. And so I know there are mixed feelings about the 3-rail fence, but we felt that we needed to include that. And that can also be discuss with the applicant on how they want to display the 3-rail fence or include the 3-rail fence. But we felt that that front yard was important, needed to be included. And Awana did a sensational job, or has been doing a sensational job reviewing this plan and really getting the best, I think, out of the overlay for the project. And then, of course, we're recommending site plan specific approval. Working with the applicant, we understand that they're designing it in the county. What we've actually found through the course of review is it's really not that different than the city's code with regard to a site of this nature. And so it's been a very, I would say, a very easy review for the city. Architectural plans, I included those as an exhibit. We've been over those with the elevations. The parking, the applicant can speak more to the parking. They have a rationale and kind of an explanation on why the parking of 65 spaces is requested. The buffers oftentimes on Highway 92 can somewhat be confusing and conflicting depending on which version of the overlays you read. As I mentioned earlier, there's a commercial multifamily project proposed next door, albeit it's not been approved yet to be even considered by the Planning Commission and City Council. But understanding that this property is on the corner of Highway 92, does not abut any platted subdivision, including a buffer with this particular project, does not really appear to accomplish anything significant. And so in light of the space and the limitations, the shape of the property, the challenges with the site, we are recommending that the buffers, any buffers at all, if there were to be buffers included, not be included, but this be approved site plan specific. Nice Road driveway, Janice and I have reviewed this carefully. The applicant is showing a full access driveway on Nice Road right now. We do have a project with Georgia DOT in this intersection. We cannot approve a full access drive here now. We can do a right in, right out only on Nice Road. However, having said that, we are trying to work with the neighboring property owner to accomplish a full access drive out of the scope of the project that we're working on with Georgia DOT. And so we're hopeful that we can get that done. The sign package, we went over the non-conforming status. Again, with projects in the Nice Road area, we are going to have some right-of-way acquisitions. We don't want to inadvertently acquire right-of-way and then create a situation where the project's non-conforming for some reason because of the right-of-way acquisition. For example, the right-of-way acquisition would move the right-of-way line closer to the building, which would reduce the setback, making them legally non-conforming, which would not be our intent, but would be the result of that acquisition. So we definitely do not want to do that. And then, of course, the right-of-way conveyance itself and acquisition, we leave open the opportunity here to be able to work with the applicant later to be able to acquire right-of-way to complete the project. And so we appreciate that opportunity and definitely wanted to include that. So I know I've thrown a lot at you really quickly. Fortunately, we've got Adam Rosen here, who's extremely well-spoken, and you're going to love meeting Bill Lewis. He's a great guy. And so I'd be happy to take any questions you have, and we can keep moving forward, and the applicant is here and ready to present.
There we go. Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions for staff?
No.
Okay. So we will move on to the applicant. Mr. Rosen?
I get the next slide, please. I believe he's next in line. And there you go.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. I don't think I've had an introduction like that from Brantley before, so well-spoken and a highly respected client. So we're happy to be here with that segue. For the record, I'm Adam Rosen on behalf of the applicant in this annexation and rezoning request before you tonight. As Brantley said, Mr. Lewis, your potential franchisee, is here with me in chambers tonight. We should also have our engineer, Jeff Carter, on the Zoom call, hopefully. So between the three of us, if there's any questions remaining after Brantley's extensive presentation, we'd be happy to answer those and want to give you the opportunity to hear more about Culver's and our project and our proposal and the vision. And so we'd be happy to do that. Brantley did cover a lot of what I frankly wanted to cover for you as far as the appropriate nature of the request, the general commercial to general commercial considerations, and the appropriate nature of annexing this particular piece of property into the city based on its location being surrounded by city property otherwise on the north side of Highway 92. But he did a good job of covering all of those. I want to talk more about Culver's itself, the story of Culver's as you see here, and about who the owner and operator is proposed to be, and Mr. Lewis. His history, long-time history, is on an international level in operations and engineering. This is exactly his bailiwick as far as an expertise in being able to put together a project. That means he knows the engineering side, the building side, the vision for the project. I can assure you he knows just as much as any of us about the project that he's proposing, as Brantley kind of alluded to as well. But Culver's franchising is his business now. Currently owns an existing location in Cobb County on Highway 41 in the Kennesaw and Ackworth area. If you're familiar with that location, he knows that the operations of his restaurants are important, and it's given him a good perspective and us a good perspective to know how to put together the package for you tonight and what's important and how we can make this location successful as well. So I want to kind of move quickly through these, the Culver's corporate slides, the next few slides, if we can move forward to the next one. This just gives you a little bit of the history of Culver's. I know it's not maybe the most known restaurant for you on the Planning Commission, but is becoming more and more of that lately with 18 stores in Georgia, but originally started in the 80s in the Wisconsin area. We can go to the next slide. One thing that I thought was impactful when your client sends you some information from the corporate level is the attention to the mission and the values that Culver's is proud of. So I won't read through these. You can keep moving through the next couple of slides, please, to see that. One thing on, or a couple things on this, the owner-operator model is the way that Culver's functions. That means that Mr. Lewis, as the owner, is also the operator. He's not leaving the operations up to a manager. He's regularly on site, and so you know that you have the comfort of who's presented to you tonight to be the operator of this location. And you start to see a lot of references to core values and importance of hospitality and those themes that you'll see throughout the literature here. If you move to next slide, please. Again, the core values is something that they've obviously focused on, which has been part of their recipe for success as a restaurant as a whole. Next slide, please. The menu, I think the first thing that's important about their menu is that everything's cooked to order. The second thing that you maybe already know is the burgers and custard. That's the mainstay of the restaurant, but of course a number of other different items on the menu as well. Next slide, please. Brantley showed you some of the elevations. I wanted to, go back and let you look at each side in one slide. And this is consistent with other Culver's locations, the ones that are in Cherokee County, as well as his location in Cobb County and other Culver's locations around the country. The consistency as far as the stacked stone on the columns, and then the coloring, the theme of it is going to be very consistent throughout all of their developments. Next slide, please. And that was from the sign package, but it shows you a good idea of the overall architecture. This one shows you a little bit more detail of that stonework and the architecture overall. Next slide, please. And then looking a little bit at some of the items from the sign package, I thought it was neat to see already the personalization to Woodstock in one of the wall signs. Next slide, please. And then Brantley focused on these a little bit. This would be the sign on the Nice Road right of way, showing you the way that those signs will look as far as the digital sign on Nice Road and Highway 92. Again, the same consistent theme of the high-end look with stacked stone and in the base of the freestanding monument sign. Next slide, please. A couple more points about the architecture with these next couple of slides. One that's apparent in this one is to see the patio focus of Culver's, which may seem not like a big deal, but I think one of the important parts about the way that Culver's operates and their focus is a fast casual restaurant that's more casual than anything. They're focused on a meal time that's closer to a half an hour as opposed to a typical fast casual 10-minute time. Average times they've focused on patio areas to provide for that type of meal and that type of service. And we'll look at the patio area for our site to show that that's a focus of Mr. Lewis as far as this location is concerned as well. And this gives you a little bit more of some actual pictures of the architecture that is being proposed, which ours would be consistent with. Next slide, please. Same thing here, maybe a little bit better view of what the actual architecture looks like from buildings that are already built as opposed to just the elevation of. Next slide, please. And then our site plan, as Brantley mentioned, we've been, and I know this was talked about in some of the earlier discussions with the first case tonight, we are very far along in fully engineering plans for this site. This process has taken us through a couple of resubmittals with what would essentially be the plan review process that would take place after approval of a project like this. So a little bit uniquely, we have a sign package, we have an architecture package, and we have a full set of engineered plans that we're presenting to you and asking to be zoned specific to those. And that's representative of the site plan that you see here. A couple of important points, I think, about the site plan, starting with the access point at Highway 92. One of the discussions that we have had with some of the nearby residents, with staff and with ourselves internally is the traffic considerations and this intersection in Nice Road and Highway 92. And we're fortunate, I think, to be in the same timing pipeline as a Georgia Department of Transportation project that will bring improvements to Nice Road and to this intersection as a whole to ensure that we knew that we could move forward with this project. Our access and permission to have a curb access on Highway 92 has already been submitted through the Georgia Department of Transportation. So we know how to get to approval in that sense. We've already gone through that path. But coming in off of Highway 92, you see that you have access into what would be our drive-through. This is showing you probably the fullest that drive-through will ever be, based on the timing and the typical patterns of folks that are coming to our restaurant. Most of the time, even if it's during COVID times now, whether we're going through the drive-through or coming into the restaurant, we're seeing that traffic staying on our site, which is what we'll talk about a little bit with the parking spaces. But this at least shows you the representation of what a full drive-through could look like with the stacking necessary for that. And then looking to the north of the plan at the access on Nice Road, that brings you directly into a parking area. Again, we're focused on bringing folks to our location for in-room dining, as opposed to focusing on cycling them through the site as fast as possible. And that's a lot of the backdrop to the request for the 65 parking spaces that we show here. Is because we know from our historical operations that that's the parking that this site requires, because we're not just focused on a drive-through mentality. And that's why we do have the request for parking. I think one thing that's also important about the parking variance is, Woodstock has done a good job to make sure that the ordinance prohibits the type of development that we've seen be negative in the community before. A large parking lot that's not used. In this case, we don't have a parking lot that's a wide open, empty space that's not going to be utilized. In this case, it's meandered through the site and used appropriately, but is the amount of parking that we see is needed for our type of use. The other component about the site plan that's important, I think, is the patio area. This isn't a large patio area in relation to the site overall. I think from the Cobb County site, from the virus concerns and the way that the culture has gone a little bit, Mr. Lewis has seen that the focus on a patio dining is something that's important. And so he spent a little bit more time and investment to make that a bigger area and a bigger focus of his site. And if you can go to the next, please. I think our landscape plan is just generally impressive to look at, just looking at the attention to extensive landscaping wrapping around the outside of the property, around the building. Brantley touched a little bit on the buffer considerations, and I think it's important to remember the potential for the development in the future and the project that's actually will be considered by you in the coming months, and also to consider that our detention is the area that you see in the northwest corner of our site. So that undisturbed area, other than the detention pond, is what will largely border our neighbor. Of course, would be fenced and landscaped all on the other sides, and that would be also acting as the buffer as you head north on our site along the boundary of what will potentially be we'll call it the Drever project west of us. So I think we've done a lot to provide any of the buffering requirements that would otherwise be requested, and so we meet the intent of that with the landscaping that we've provided. I think that's all as far as my presentation is concerned. We've worked almost daily at different times with city staff and with Brantley, who have invested a lot of their time to work through this project with us quickly, and to help us through the process. We've worked and discussed with the applicant next door and their project team. One of the focuses of this project that's also, I think, of good timing is the ability to coordinate what we do with their development, the potential for access on Nice Road, north of us on their side, and the potential for us to have a shared boundary with each other that's landscaped and enhanced more than we otherwise could. We've also had discussions with the community that's west of us, and some of their historical concerns related to the stormwater management and some of the issues that we think both of our projects could potentially address. So we've had the opportunity to do that, of course, via Zoom instead of normal meetings like we otherwise would have, but that's been, I think, a productive component of this project as well. If you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Do we have any questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing portion. And I do not believe we have anyone signed up. Is there anyone in the chambers, Mr. Day?
No, sir. No one here.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. With that, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners, this item is back to you for a motion. What is your pleasure?
This is David. I vote to approve based on staff recommendations.
Okay, motion to approve with staff recommendations from Mr. Hacker. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, I think Rod beat you out on that one, Deborah. So we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on this item?
Should be good. I don't have anything else.
I have a question. Discussion.
Go ahead, Renee. What was that? I'm sorry.
And I'm just putting it on the record. We all know that's directly across from the Woodstock First Baptist Church.
Yep.
So my number one concern is going to be people trying to cross the street to get over there. Safety. And so I don't know the details of the DOT project and what's involved with changing up that road section there. So I just want to put it on the record regarding safe crosswalks, safe access from First Baptist Church across to the restaurant.
I can say people cross there now, and I believe there is some markings there for that already.
There is a crosswalk at the intersection. I mean, I live on Niche Road. I'm at that intersection a lot. And with a Wisconsin born wife, from the looks of things, I may be at that intersection a lot more. Yeah, I think my concern with pedestrian activity in that area is that a lot of the crossing may not take place at that intersection. I think we've all seen where, you know, folks will cross at the quickest point. So they may try to cross further back up Nice. You know, the location that comes to mind isn't even on this site plan. It's further to the north. But Renee, your point is very well taken, because there probably will be a lot of activity between the church and this location. Along those same lines, I think about that right in, right out access. You know, I've never made a secret of the fact that I can't stand the way they're designed, because they're designed, you know, we design them with the thought in mind that people are only going to make right turns in and out. But we see it time and again, that throat is not designed with enough angle to it. And so folks are making left turns in there all the time. That's going to be critical to make sure that throat design is at a severe enough angle to prevent that, if we want this to be successful. Other discussion? All right, seeing none, call for the vote. Mr. Hacker, yes or no?
Yes.
Brandon, yes or no?
Yes.
Deborah, yes or no?
Yes.
Renee, yes or no?
Yes.
Rod, yes or no?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes. That will move forward with a unanimous vote. Before we move on to the next case, I believe Mr. Chumley is going to have to leave us at this point. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your service tonight. Good luck on that test.
Thank you. Keep your fingers crossed.
Okay, we'll move on to A106-20 Northside Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. The applicant tonight, Northside Hospital, Don Hosfeld, the Landing Group, is representing. And actually, Don could not make it tonight, but he is well represented by Mr. Parks, who we all know well. Well spoken as well. So, and so this property is on Town Lake Parkway. It's about 3.5 acres. It's actually two tax parcels, 15 and 11, 10B, and 15 and 11, 18A. And again, as with the previous case, unincorporated Cherokee County, rezoning from general commercial in the county to general commercial in the city, with all existing conditions and any signage that is permitted in the county at the time of annexation into the city of Woodstock is actually the request. And we'll get into that more in a moment. And DPC did recommend approval with conditions of zoning effective upon annexation. Next slide, please. So let's orient ourselves. This is actually, as I said, on Town Lake Parkway. It's in the I-575 and Town Lake Parkway interchange. It's in that northwest quadrant. I believe this property was owned by a third party at one time, and Northside built their campus when they redeveloped the site next door. And over time, I believe, acquired these two properties. And so they've remained unincorporated. And the city has actually been talking to them for a number of years about bringing them in to be able to complete, I should say, the annexation and incorporate that entire quadrant. Next slide, please. And this gives you a little bit better look of each one in relation to the campus. You can't really tell, but on the south side of Town Lake Parkway, that southwest quadrant is unincorporated as well. And there's opportunities in that area that I don't think it's a secret that the city has been approached by parties in the past to redevelop that quadrant. And so redeveloping that quadrant would not be possible. That quadrant goes all the way really up to Dupree Road. That property does. Would be very difficult to do if this property was not annexed, because as you know, if a party attempted to annex everything on the south side of Town Lake Parkway, it would create an island with this property that we're talking about right now, which is not legal. You can't do that with the under state law. So as I said, we've been working with Northside Hospital on this. They've been very generous with us on this, and so now they're here tonight seeking to annex in. Next slide, please. And again, we went over the annexation policy. I think that you would agree that it probably meets all of the items that we've indicated here: consolidation, aligning the municipal boundary, providing long-term growth. Although the parcels aren't part of the campus today, formally, by bringing them in, it'll be one complete campus inside the city. Next slide, please. And again, I think the decision factors are fairly clear on this one to consider. It is in a service area. It's being serviced by the city. To the extent it could generate a positive fiscal impact because it's general commercial property. And so we think it's definitely a positive economic effect on the city for the future. Next slide, please. So as part of their request, and this part's going to be a little bit unusual, so just bear with me a second. Let me talk through this part. So as part of this request, the applicant is also requesting an electronic sign on the southern property. So I'm going to probably give Steve a hard time because I'm going to be back and forth on slides. I'm sorry, Steve, but can you go down to the next slide? Next slide. Okay, so this gives you an idea. This would be on the southern property, the southern tax parcel that we just looked at. I think that was 18B. The southern parcel. Next slide, please. Next slide. One more down. This gives you an idea. This kind of yellow dot gives you an idea of about where it would be located on the property that they're proposing. Next slide, please. Okay, so that really gives you a really good idea of where it would be located. And so part of this, and you can't really see it here very well. And I think on a subsequent slide you'll be able to. But currently, Northside has, or this property has, two signs on it today. So there's a billboard on it today that's been up probably for a number of years. You can kind of see it to the right, closer to their existing monument sign down there. And there's also a smaller sign, probably about where this new sign is going to be, that they would also take down. And I think it's probably something like a real estate sign. But there again, it's a permanent sign, and subject to use at any time. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so Northside approached us about annexing and also installing a new sign that would actually replace the two out there today. And that's probably not even a good way to say it. What they would like to do is put up a new sign, an attractive sign with a mix of materials like they're showing here, and take down the other two signs. And really there's a fence through there. They'd like to take it down and kind of clean up the area. It's 120 square feet copy area, which is consistent with our code with regard to our 120 square foot requirement for freestanding signs, although the total area and again, it's kind of apples and oranges with the Cherokee code on some things, would be, if you take into account the base and all the areas that are not the copy area, would be about 208 square feet. So we typically, when we say 120, we mean everything. The county gets, I think, more into copy area. So there's a little bit of apples to oranges on that. Next slide, please. Let's see, go back up. One more, let's see. Yeah, keep going, sorry. Okay, hold it right there. Thank you. So as it stands today, this sign is actually can be legally permitted in Cherokee County. It does comply with the Cherokee County Code. And Parks will probably talk more about that aspect of it, but just suffice it to say, it does comply with the code. We've completed the review and we know that it does. So one of the challenges that we have is the sign, the timing of the sign and the timing of the annexation of the property are not aligning completely. So north side, as Parks will probably go over, has a little bit longer term that they would like to pursue with the construction of the sign. The city, in my opinion, has a more urgent need to bring this property in to work with Northside today. They're at the table with us, and being able to bring the property in today would be able to leverage, I think, a lot more opportunity in the future, as I said, on the south side of Town Lake Parkway. And the reality is they're able to permit the sign in the county today, so it can be legally built today. So next slide, please. And so this kind of gives you an idea of what the electronic area would be in light of the entire area. And Parks can talk a little bit more about the details of the sign and what they would like to accomplish with it as part of their overall campus that they're representing with their sign. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Keep going. Let's go down to the report if you don't mind. There we go. Oh. Keep going. Steve's never going to let me present again. Thank you. Sorry, Steve. You're doing great. So I prepared this memo that was in the agenda packet to kind of explain the situation, what we're looking at, the property annexing into the city. Next slide, please. And this will be the last change, I think, on my part. So we did review this case and we did have a recommendation for you from the DPC. We did recommend that the property, because the two tracts are so small, it's 3.5 acres, not contiguous. We did recommend exemption from the Gateway District. And then the second condition, we did recommend their entitlements be reserved. We found that there was some sort of a variance granted, administrative variance to the prior property owner for, I think, something related to a potential floodplain issue or something like that. The reality is any entitlements or any approvals that the property, not really entitlements, but any approvals that the property has received from the Cherokee County government up to now, or up until the annexation effective date, which would be October 1st, the way the calendar is right now. We do recommend be brought in, and the reason for that is because if there's any inconsistencies with their, and I don't know this to be the case, but with their lending or with their zoning or with their future plans, they need to know that all of their past approvals can be honored by the city. And then the proposed sign, this part here references the sign that we just looked at. And the challenge that we have is while they can permit the sign today in the county and have no problem doing that, in fact, they have filled out a sign application in the county. Parks can talk more about that. They cannot permit it in the city. So the challenge is working with Northside, bringing the property in, being able to leverage economic development in the future, and the applicant being able to enjoy their property rights with a sign that they can install today. And those timelines are not lining up. So what we're proposing is approving the sign, adopting the Cherokee County sign ordinance as an amendment or as an exhibit to the ordinance to basically solidify in time the requirements of the sign. And that way there's no doubt in the future exactly how it's to comply with the code and what code it complies with. Then making sure that we also are clear about the placement on the premises. And although the applicant has agreed, and I have no doubt they will, remove the 2 existing signs. I think that's a really big part of this. That's going to really clean up that area. Not that it looks bad today, but imagine that area with those 2 signs gone, that fence is going to be gone, the new sign up, it's going to be very attractive. And then they did agree that they're not going to do it today. They're going to need more time. And so we coordinated with them on that and looked at a 4-year timeline to get that done. We all know what a great partner Northside is, what a great corporate citizen they are. So I have no doubt they'll honor what they said they would do. And I think the conditions are very fair to that effect. So I know it's a little bit unusual the way that we're proposing this, but when you kind of think through what I've said, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think it balances the needs of Northside as well as the needs of the city for the future. I think the needs of both parties are met really well and really fairly. So I would be glad to take any questions you have. And of course, Parks is here and he is ready to present. Can't wait.
Can I ask questions now?
I'm sorry.
Can I ask questions?
Yep, that's what I was going to ask you.
Okay. I'm going to need you to explain to me the benefit of this to the city of these parcels of land.
Absolutely. And we can go back up. I had a more zoomed out map, and I'm sorry, I'm limited on my Zoom presentation here, but there's a good deal of acreage to the south side of Town Lake Parkway. If you go back up to, there we go. One more down. There we go. So if you can see where the interstate sign is on the, if you can see where the 575 sign is indicated on the picture, that area to the left, which is the west side of the interstate, all of that's unincorporated today, and further down toward Dupree. And so a big part of the annexation policy is ensuring that, you know, we're able to leverage annexation for redevelopment and development in the future. And so the reality is that if we had an applicant that came in that would like to pursue the annexation and redevelopment of that area right there on the interstate, I don't know that they'd be able to do it without bringing these parcels in. It would create an island which the statute doesn't allow. So cleaning the map up and bringing these parcels in will make sure that in the future, when we have the opportunity to redevelop, an applicant would be able to bring that in. And the owner may even want to bring it in sooner. We have a lot of folks we talk to that from time to time that say, you know what, I want to go ahead and talk about coming in and positioning myself for development and redevelopment. So we feel like it's a strategic decision. That's why we're recommending it.
So the parcel 15N11010B is what you're talking about?
I'm talking, yes, ma'am. I'm talking about both of them. They're kind of a package deal because 18A is certainly an issue with the island, but I think of them together because, you know, a big part of what we're doing is we're trying to clean up the map and make sure that we don't leave, you know, none of these unincorporated islands that we've been plagued with and we continue to have all over the city. And I'm using that word incorrectly, not to be a stickler, but you know, when we talk about an island, we talk about islands like this. What we really mean is an unincorporated pocket that has been left for years. That's just that we don't know why, but we want to seal these areas up and begin to solidify the map.
And I get that. So the connecting piece of land that's not showing between those two parcels, is that already in the city?
There's not a connecting piece. I'm sorry, that's a poor exhibit. That's the right of way of the interstate. So that interstate right of way is kind of deep right there.
Okay. So those are not connected to the Northside Hospital parcel on the left either.
Well, they're contiguous to it and it's part of their overall property, but it's just not in the city.
Okay. So the north side piece is not in the city?
The campus is inside, but these two that Northside purchased a few years ago or for whatever reason never annexed. I think a third party owned them, another company,
Okay.
And they were never able to develop them. They're very difficult to develop. So
Okay. So basically, you're saying they're going to build the sign within 4 years.
yes, ma'am. We talked to him about a timeline, and he said about 3 to 4 years. So, you know, we erred on our recommendation on the 4th year just to be sure. So we put in there as well that there could be an extension requested. I think it's going to be a very expensive sign, and I think there's some other logistics, and they can talk about that.
Okay. I'll listen to them.
All right.
All right, any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to the applicant, Mr. Huff.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with Sands Larkin and Huff, and let me use this map. Can y'all see the cursor?
No.
Okay. If you were here, you could see the cursor.
I just saw it on mine when you were moving it on the overview.
Can you see that?
It's flashing in and out. If you can move it over more or something. I just saw it briefly. There it is at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other guy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's the city. But all right. Anyway, the northern piece, Renee, let me tell you, the parcel 10B is owned by Northside. It is not in the city. The campus, and I don't know that, I thought this piece just below that light blue, if you will, I think that is part of the Northside campus, and it is not, that is in the city. And then you jump to the southern piece, which is 18A, and that is not in the city. So you got those two parcels, both along 575, that are, for practical purposes, sort of islands, maybe not legally islands. And the origination for this, and you asked the question, what's the benefit to the city? The other reverse question is what is the benefit to Northside? And the answer is that Northside has been a good partner with the city for a long time, has always been responsive to city requests. And this request came prior to my involvement from City Manager Jeff Moon, and it has to do with those properties that are south of Town Lake Parkway that are in the county, not in the city. And if that piece that is a little shopping center goes all the way down to Dupree, if that piece is annexed into the city, then that would create an unincorporated island that would be a violation of the state law. So the request to the north side from Mr. Moon was, can you bring those two in so that we don't have this island issue if we have the opportunity to expand the city to the south? And north side, there is no real benefit because we're GC in the county, we'd be GC in the city. The only difference would be we'd be paying some city taxes on top of the county taxes. So, but the discussion went that we've got a sign that is that they were wanting at that corner. It had been submitted to the city or the county, excuse me, for their review, and it meets all the city or excuse me county requirements, but it does not meet the city ordinance. And so, as Brantley said, the timing is just. The city wants us to annex now rather than us to wait till we build the sign to annex, because if we wait until we build the sign and then annex, then there might be a lost opportunity to annex that piece south of Town Lake Parkway. So that's the the discussion and the reason why we're asking for the staff comments to be approved. That gives us 4 years to build that sign. There is quite a bit of logistics that goes along with it, and the agreements would be that we build a sign that is complies with all county requirements at the present time. We could build it in the county right now, but the city would like us to annex this property today rather than whenever we build the sign in the future. So, or whenever. So that I think is kind of answers your questions. Northside has been a good part of the city, continues to be. And I also want to say that I think Brantley said that Mr. Hosfeld wasn't able to be here. I assure you, he's on the phone. So he wants to make sure y'all know he is here. But I'm be able to answer any questions you have in regards to this. We just ask you to follow staff recommendation, allow these two properties to get annexed, and with those conditions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huff. Commissioners, any questions for the for Mr. Huff?
I have one question for staff, I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
How much larger is this sign than what we would have approved in the city?
We include for multi-tenant projects, we're 120 square feet, but we include in that everything. So we include in that, you know, the base, the side, everything. So, you know, 120 square feet. In this case, this is 208 square feet. So, you know, it's larger than that in total, although the copy area on it is 120 square feet. So
right,
that's what Cherokee is going to look at, you know, the 120 square feet of copy. I'm sorry, let me interrupt you.
Okay. So it's almost twice as big as what we would allow.
Can I jump in?
Go ahead, Dakota.
Dakota was,
it's 88 square feet larger.
there we go.
So we would approve 120.
Correct.
And you're telling me it's almost 90 square feet larger than what we would approve.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sitting here with a calculator to do the math, but that's a huge sign that's going to be right there where I live, where I get off and look at it every single day. So, I mean, there are already huge electronic signs on Town Lake Parkway that are eyesores. So, I mean, I get that the city wants this property annexed. I get it. But I hate that we're going to trade out for a huge honker sign for that. And I got to go on record saying it.
If I could just respond to that real quickly. You're really not trading a big sign because you're going to get the sign whether if it's not annexed, it stays in the county and the sign's built. The only thing the city is getting is the property annexed, which allows the other properties that are part of the redevelopment strategy on the south side to be annexed into the city. So either scenario, the sign's there. The real question is it going to be in the city or the county?
Other questions for staff?
I'm sorry, I was still talking. I forgot to unmute myself. I get that. I would ask that Northside reconsider the size of the sign. If it's going to be, you know, for 4 years that it takes to put the sign in, that's going to be huge. So please reconsider the size of the sign.
And we actually added a condition in there that said that it had to be substantially in compliance with that because at one time it said it had to be exactly that sign, and we couldn't even reduce it in the prior proposed condition, so we amended it so that could happen. So appreciate your concern.
Okay, other questions for Mr. Huff? All right. Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. I do not believe we have anyone signed up today. Okay, no one present in the chamber, so we will close the public hearing. And it is now, the floor is now open for a motion.
This is David. What did Parks say exactly at the end regarding the condition?
So basically what he was saying, David, is the original condition said that the sign had to be identical to what they had depicted. They have since modified the wording of the condition so that it's similar. So they have the ability to, adjust the size downward, where before they would not have been able to. Parks, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the condition is written at, as it should be right now.
Correct.
Okay, well, I make a motion to approve based on staff recommendations and conditions.
Okay. Have a motion from Mr. Hacker. Is there a second on that motion?
A second.
Have a second from Brandon. Motion has been properly moved and seconded. We are in discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, call for the vote. Mr. Hacker, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. McPherson, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Gable, yes or no?
Yes.
And the chair will vote yes as well. That vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we will move on to, let's see, item 1 under new business, which is 6501 amendments to LDO chapters 7, 10, and 11 of the Land Development Ordinance. Is staff prepared to present the item?
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm not going to try to take too much of y'all's time, but if at any point during this presentation, if you guys want me to stop and elaborate on some things, just interrupt me and let me know. Next slide,
Okay.
please. So as I mentioned to you guys before, we were proposing to reorganize chapters 11 and 10. 11 and 10 to make them flow better regarding the process from beginning to end of obtaining an amendment. We're proposing to make chapter 10 more about administration and chapter 11 more about procedures and process. At the mayor and council retreat in February, they said that they wanted to see an end date on conditional use permits and things of that nature. So we're proposing this to provide that end date for conditional use permits, variances, and zoning amendments. In the current variance section of the Land Development Ordinance, there is an expiration of 18 months. And so we're proposing to extend that to other amendments, as well as keeping it consistent with that time frame. And the ultimate decision would come down to City Council, and there is an opportunity for an extension of that time, that expiration. Next slide, please. So the changes in Chapter 10, there were two subsections in Chapter 10, both titled Powers and Duties. And so we combined that to just reduce the repetitiveness. We are also under the Development Process Committee section in Chapter 10. The review of conditional use permits and waivers were not included in those powers and duties, and so because they already do that, we are proposing to just include that in the ordinance to make it more well known. We decided to keep the appeals section in Chapter 10 as it pertains more to the administration and enforcement. And we are also proposing to move everything from Article 2 of Chapter 10 into Chapter 11, except for the appeals section. And Article 3 got renumbered to Article 2 due to everything being moved to Chapter 11. Next slide, please. In the proposed Article 2 of Chapter 11, everything from 11.2 to 11.209 was taken from the current Article 2 in Chapter 10. So that's where we moved everything from Chapter We believe that these sections fit better in chapter 11 because they're more about the process of obtaining the amendment and more about the information of the procedures to obtain that amendment. We then moved the section discussing the campaign contribution to the end of chapter 11 under the section titled Zoning Amendments Initiated by Property Owners, because that fit perfectly there. We are then proposing to move the amendment section in chapter 10. It talks about the amount of times an applicant, or the amount of time an applicant must wait to reinitiate the request for an amendment, or how many times the applicant can apply for the same amendment on the same parcel of land. We're proposing to move that to section 11.217 in the new chapter 11. Next slide, please. And this is where most of my research is coming into Article 3, or the proposed Article 3 of Chapter 11. And so we beefed up the purpose and intent kind of to put more details in about the steps of obtaining that amendment and kind of what happens after you obtain the amendment. We then added some definitions to help go hand in hand with that. We added commenced project with substantial progress, whereas commenced, it's tied to the issuance of a land disturbance permit or building permit. Project is defined as the improvements associated with the approved amendment, including but not limited to the development of a residential subdivision or commercial development. And substantial progress is we defined as documented installation of physical project improvements valued at 50% or more of the total project cost. The physical improvements include, but are not limited to, installation of utilities, stormwater facilities, roadways, construction of structures, renovation of existing structures. And the key word there is documentable, because we want to make sure that applicants coming in, that they are able to show why they need extensions and things of that nature, instead of just coming up with an excuse. We are proposing that the bulk of these details, or that at the beginning of this article, that the applicant provide a project schedule to the city for the main focus of transparency between the applicant, the city, and everybody involved, to kind of ensure that a project will get delivered in a reasonable time. And if the applicant does not have to choose a schedule or provide a schedule, they can kind of keep that to themselves. But if that were the case, then we're proposing that it has a default expiration of 18 months from the date of approval. And once the project is commenced or the land disturbance permit is granted, then the applicant will have 12 months to reach substantial progress, or else the amendment will expire. Next slide, please. So then we go into if the amendment expires, the community development director or designee thereof would file a request to the planning commission for a request of the reversion of that amendment, and then the planning commission will then make a request to city council. And the request for reversion will require a written notice from the community development department to the applicant, making them aware of the reversion process and the steps that they need to take to prevent the reversion. The applicant may also request an extension of time by written request to the community development department at least 15 days prior to the extension deadline, in order to prevent, last minute, I need an extension. And so that way everybody is on the same page and kind of has enough time to do what they need to. And that request is approved or denied solely on city council discretion. It'll go with their final decision. And then if an amendment is approved with a condition for the application to convey right of way. It must be done within 90 days of approval, or else it will cause an immediate reversion unless city council approves another arrangement for the conveyance of that right of way. Next slide, please. When it comes to conditional use permits, we're proposing that approved conditional use permits should expire 12 months from the approval date for one or two reasons. If construction is needed and there's a building that needs to be built, then the applicant should have 12 months to obtain a building permit in order to prevent the reversion. Or if the conditional use permit does not require a building permit or building, then they should have 12 months to establish the use for the conditional use permit. And if they don't, then that should revert. These can both also be extended through written request. We're proposing for cups to expire within 12 months to keep it consistent with the land disturbance permits and the approved site plans, because those expire after 12 months if they are sitting idle. We're also proposing to move the section that's in the current code as 7.9 to the end of chapter 11, because 7.9 talks about non-conforming use and conditional use permits. And so we wanted to put that all in the same spot to make it easier for the citizens to find it. We're also proposing to reference this article in the senior living section, which I believe is in chapter 8, because we wanted to keep the same procedures, keep it consistent with all the other amendments. Next slide, please. And this is an example, an example of a project schedule. Projects aren't typically going to have the same schedule, and they'll have very big differences as well as some similarities. But the big thing is that from the date of approval to that issuance of the land disturbance permit, there's 18 months in between that in order for it to not expire. However, if an applicant does not get to the issuance of a land disturbance permit, then after that 18 months, it will expire. But once the applicant does get issued a land disturbance permit, then they should have 12 months to make substantial progress or invest enough capital to get vested into that project site. Next slide, please. And so just a quick review of everything. The main goal of this ordinance would be to have applicants provide a project schedule to the city. So that way everybody's on the same page. Nobody has to chase anybody down to make sure that projects are getting delivered. If an applicant chooses not to provide the schedule, there will be a default of 18 months. But after the LDP is issued, the applicant will have 12 months to reach substantial progress or have enough capital to be vested, which, as we have defined right now, would be at 50% of the total project cost. If the applicant needs more time to reach their substantial progress, then they have the ability to write a request and leave that up to city council to grant it or deny. And if that request for extension is denied, the city council can revert the zoning back to its previous classification or to any zone that it sees fit with the comprehensive plan. Next slide. And that's it. This is still pending legal review, however, and I'm ready for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Barrett. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? All right, seeing none. Any comments from the public? Doesn't look like there's any public there. We'll close that out. Commissioners, what's your pleasure on this item?
I make a move to accept staff recommendation.
Okay, motion to accept staff recommendation. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, there's a second from, I believe that was David.
That was.
All right, thanks, sir. Thought that sounded like your voice. Any discussion? All right, the vote. Mr. Hacker, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. McPherson, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Gable, yes or no?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. That is unanimous, and we'll move forward to city council accordingly. Ferris, thanks for your work on this, man.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, our next item is the August 2020 zoning map amendment. Joanna?
Hello.
Hello.
If you'll go to the next slide for me, please, Steve. Thanks. So for this zoning map amendment, we only have one major change, which is case Z122-20, the Ridgewalk Apartments, which you guys heard last month, and it was approved by council on July 27th. So this rezoned this one parcel from LI with Tech Park overlay to R4 to bring that into compliance for them. Other changes since the February 2020 map adoption was just general map QC by our GIS department. And so that is it for this one.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions? All right, seeing none, I recall this is not a public hearing item. So we'll move on to a vote or a motion, excuse me. What's your pleasure?
Motion to approve.
Motion from Renee, is there a second?
Second.
Second from Deborah. Any discussion? Seeing none. David, yes or no?
Yes.
Brandon?
Yes.
Deborah?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. That is unanimous. Moves us on to announcements and informational items. Do we have any of those tonight?
I don't believe I do, but Katie, you have any announcements for the Planning Commission?
I was just about to come on here and say that not really. Tomorrow morning is our Smart Woodstock intern is going to give her final presentation. I sent you guys an email about it today. It's at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, and it's a Zoom format just like we're doing right now, except it's not open to the public. But we've invited the project team, the mayor and council, and the planning commission, and she's going to present some deliverables that she created that I emailed to you guys tonight right before this meeting started. So not that you'll have a lot of time between now and tomorrow morning, but if you have time, you can look at them. But she'll also describe to you kind of her research process and sort of what she was doing. This intern, y'all, has blown me away. She is brilliant. Her name's Katie Pop, and she's an undergrad student, civil engineering student at Georgia Tech. But her deliverables, her work is like consultant quality. And even our consultant from Pond emailed me back and said how impressed he was and that he would talk to her about a job if she's interested in consulting. So that was kind of cool. So yeah, we're really excited about that tomorrow. And so other than that, for the Smart Woodstock project, we're just kind of trying to wrap it up. The consultants are working on the deliverables. And so I think I'll be getting a hold of those in the next couple of weeks to start editing the final deliverables, and then we'll be about done. So that's all I have in the way of announcements, Brantley. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, commissioners, good work tonight. I know it was a long one. We haven't had one like this in a while, and I know that Zoom meetings just feel a lot longer than in-person meetings. So this was a marathon tonight. Appreciate your service. Appreciate our professional staff here at the city. You guys are amazing, and we can't say enough good things about you. So with that, we are adjourned. Have a great evening.
Night. Thank you.
All right, to you. Thanks.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, everybody.